A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. And now, the Goldbergs. By night, all sounds are magnified. Noises seem furious, shadows like shapes, and lights like darkness. So, it was with considerable hesitancy that the Goldbergs went out to see what made the dog bark so furiously. They opened the big barn door, and the flashlight made the rafters eerie and haunted. Nothing stirred. And then Sporty rushed in and dived through to the back of the barn, and suddenly a child's shriek sounded in the air and halted the Goldbergs dead in their tracks. But now, about 10 minutes later, something seems to have happened.
Lay down, Sporty. Lay down. Now, you're in the house, and you're indoors, and stay and lay down. You were very good tonight. You did a big day's work, I should. So lay down. All right, I know you like me. I love you. Good. What did I came in for now? What did I came in for? What did I came in the house for? What am I looking for? Oh, I want to go on some milk. The child could have some milk. What do I do with the saucepan? There is a match. There is a vase under my teeth. Go, Animal. Rosalie, help me, darling. Now, what are you looking for? I'm looking for my little saucepan. I want to warm some milk. Mama, darling, put a sweater on till it's cold. I'm all right. I'm very all right. Mama, darling, I told you that there was somebody in the barn. No questions now, Rosalie, darling. Please let me get my head together now. No questions. There is mine. Find me a match, darling. There's mine dipper. Let me dip out the milk. Let me do it, Ma. I'll warm the milk. Sporty didn't bite the little boy, did he, Ma? You're asking questions again, Rosalie, dear. My head is not now for questions, Rosalie, please. Not at the moment for questions, please. Ma, you're so nervous. Oh, I shouldn't be nervous. I shouldn't be shaking like a leaf, and the whole night long with Sporty's barking, and then with your hystericalness. I shouldn't be nervous to go in the barn before in this house, and I shouldn't be nervous, huh? I'm going outdoors. Ma, why don't you bring them in the house? Huh? Then you're asking questions, Rosalie.
Are you warming the milk?
Yes, I'm going out now, darling. How's everything, family?
You better go, Ma.
Yes, I'm going. Stay with Rosalie. You hear? Stay with Rosalie. Take yourself some warm milk. Fill out something for yourself. All right, Ma. I was wrong, wasn't I, when I said that I was sure that somebody was in the barn?
All right, Rosie, you were right. Just heat some milk.
Why doesn't Mama bring the milk?
I don't know.
Mama said I should bring the milk out to the barn.
Just heat it.
Kenny, is she the little boy's mother?
I don't know anything yet, Rosie. Please.
Well, what are you so nervous about? What's the one with the motion?
Oh, is she up?
Nothing, Bertie. Why are you up in the middle of the night?
Tell her to go to sleep.
Is somebody sick? Can I be of any assistance?
No, go to sleep, Bertie.
Well, let her come down if she wants to. Why wasn't I awakened if there's something was wrong?
Warm the milk, Rosie. I'll be right back.
What is it? What's wrong? Why doesn't Mama bring them in the house?
Trying to.
Bring who into the house? Well, we don't know who they are. And you're going to bring them into the house? Where did they come from? Who are they? What are they doing in the barn? We don't know, Bertie. Tramps, huh? No, a little boy. A child? Can you imagine? And a lady. Well, I never... In the barn? What were they doing in the barn? We don't know, Bertie. Well, why should anyone go into a barn of all places? A shelter, I suppose. Well, there are hotels. Not when you haven't any money.
Did you warm the milk?
I'm doing it now, Flora. Is there something I can do, Mr. Goldberg?
No, thank you.
Well, why did they go into the barn, Mr. Goldberg? Did you find out?
Bring out the milk when it's warm.
Well, where are they from? Who are they? What do they want, Mr. Goldberg?
Bring out the milk.
Your father is a very stern man, Rosie. Or he doesn't like me. One or the other.
Rosie, that milk must be boiling by now.
Dear Sam, is there something I can do? Do you want me to assist you?
No, thanks.
Shall I come out, Sammy?
No.
Is Mama talking to them?
Yes.
Is there any more milk left, Rosie? A little. Would you mind? No. Oh, gosh. There's plenty of misery in the world, isn't there?
Can you see anything from the window?
Nope. They're in the barn.
Why don't they come in?
I don't know. I guess they don't want to be in trouble.
It's things like this that awaken you to the realization of the insecurity of life. How far am I removed from a similar case? 1 month let me not have the rent to pay, so where would I be? Where would my mother and my husband and my child be? Only we wouldn't have a barn to crawl into, I can assure you. Oh, take advice from one who knows, Rosie. Don't marry in hate and repent at leisure.
Security is in everything.
It's 9/10 of everything. I spoke identically the same as you, Rosie. I could have married a very nice man of the slightly older type, you know, who ran a gentleman's furnishing establishment. I liked him, but I didn't love him. I had to love Jerome, can you imagine? How many times my mother warned me. Brady, she said, Brady, look before you leap. Love is not all, Brady.
Well, I'm too young to be thinking of marriage now.
Well, my brother Seymour isn't. I'm only saying, Rosie, don't be hasty. Rome wasn't built in a day. Take this woman, for instance, in the barn, for instance. If she'd had a husband holding down a good position, would she be sleeping in your barn? I should say not. Be warned, Rosie.
They're coming.
Shall I open the door?
No, Bertie, please don't.
I won't if you say I shouldn't. Oh, he's a little boy.
Don't ask any questions, Bertie, please.
Why would I ask questions? It's not my barn.
Come right in here this way, please. Come right this way, Sally. Come down. Come down.
Why don't you go right upstairs, Molly, and make the folks comfortable?
Yes, I will. Come right upstairs. The room is right upstairs. They're going up to Rosalie.
All right.
Come up right this way. Come this way.
Well, Sammy,
See,
did Mama find out anything?
Did they drink the milk?
All right, Molly, I'll do what you say. Buddy, you have to sleep in Rose's room. Mrs. Goldberg is putting the lady and the little boy in your room because they are too bad.
Okay, K.O., that's all right, but all my clothes...
Nobody will take them.
And my pocketbook...
Mrs. Goldberg will take care of it.
Well, after all, you don't really know who they are. I'd better go up.
It's better that you shouldn't, if you don't mind.
But after all, my return ticket, my charm bracelet...
I'll go up.
Oh, Rosie, you go up. My foundation cream is...
Spill me a cup of coffee, Rosie.
My stockings are on the chair. Maybe they're not dry yet.
Black coffee, Rosie.
Mr. Goldberg, do you think
I don't think, no sugar, Rosie.
Are you certain that
Some coffee for me, too, Rose.
Oh, don't you think
I don't think.
Just pop it down.
If you didn't drink so much black coffee, Mr. Goldberg, you wouldn't be so nervous.
I think I could find a different reason for my nervousness, Bogie.
Ma?
See?
Ma?
See?
Ma?
See?
Ma?
See?
Ma?
See?
Ma?
See?
Ma? Is everything all right?
Uh-huh. Mrs. Goldberg, did you take my things out of the room?
Yes, Bertie. I put all your things in Rosie's room, Bertie.
Did they reveal their identity?
It's
Identity?
It's very late, and I think we'd better not talk anymore.
Did you trust yourself to fall asleep with strangers in the house?
What is there to be afraid of, Bertie? A little boy of 6 years old?
But,
And a woman whose tears beclouded in voice?
But,
Come. I think we have nothing to fear or lose or gain. Come. Put out the light. Come, Sandra. Come, J.D. Come, Bertie. Come.
But the Goldbergs have much to lose and gain from these two strangers who came by night, as Molly is going to discover in the morning. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. This is James Fleming saying goodbye for the makers of Does. The new kinds of Does. Bye for the makers of Does. The new... And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. This is James Fleming saying goodbye for the makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
Palmolive Soap, Colgate Dental Cream, and Palmolive Shave Cream bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Stand aside. Ever since our Miss Brooks became an English teacher at Madison High, her motto has been life, liberty, and the pursuit of Mr. Boynton. But the shy biologist happens to be one of Cupid's coolest customers, and it's not easy to warm him up.
So far, the best remedy I found is a hot water bottle. My frustration reached a new high when, for some mysterious reason, Mr. Boynton coldly and deliberately avoided me last Monday, and Tuesday, and Wednesday. Those were 3 days of no dates, no nothing. And by Thursday morning, his brush-off treatment had rendered me unbewitched, but definitely bothered and bewildered. Since I considered the matter highly personal, I decided not to discuss it with my landlady, Mrs. Davis, when I joined her at breakfast.
Good morning, Connie. Would you like some oatmeal?
I'm glad you brought it up. I haven't seen him in 3 days.
What? I haven't the slightest idea who you're talking about, dear.
Good.
You say you haven't even seen Mr. Boynton in the past 3 days?
I simply can't understand his behavior.
I can. Mr. Boynton has a guilty conscience, Connie. I feel it's my duty to spill what I know.
Spill what you know?
Exactly. Connie, would it surprise you to learn that Mr. Boynton is a 2-timer?
Yes, it would. With me, he's never even been a 1-timer.
It grieves me to tell you this, dear, but last Monday I saw him gallivanting around town with another woman.
Another woman? So that's it. This woman, Mrs. Davis, is she attractive?
Beautiful, I thought.
Oh. And about how old is she?
I think she's about 65.
65? That's my competition? When he gets here, I'd like to be alone with him, if you don't mind.
I understand. I've got to get dressed and run over to the conference anyway. They scheduled a family reunion party for tomorrow night, and Mrs. Conklin asked me to help with the preparations. They haven't had a family reunion in so long that she doesn't...
Just a minute. That's probably Mr. Boynton.
I'll leave you two alone then, so you can pump him about that old lady he's going with.
There'll be no pumping, Mrs. Davis. I have no desire to delve into his personal affairs.
Well, do as you wish. I'll see you later, dear.
Come in.
Good morning, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Boynton. Please sit down.
Thanks.
I'll pour some coffee and we'll have a nice little chat. Anything in particular you'd like to talk about?
Well, no, nothing in particular, Miss Brooks. You pick the topic.
Oh, no, you're my guest. You pick the topic.
All right. Let's just talk about the weather.
Fine. I'd like to know whether you plan to keep going with that old lady.
Old lady? What old lady?
She's a kid, about 65.
Oh, that old lady.
That's the one. Forget it. What's the 65-year-old woman got that I won't have?
Now, just a minute. You see, I bought new furniture for my apartment last month, and since then I've been terribly in debt. For weeks, in fact, my landlady has been hounding me for the rent.
So?
So I simply couldn't figure out how I could pay off my obligations until I saw this ad in the paper. Here, read it.
Let's see. Wanted companion. Evening, 7 to 11. Salary, $35 per week. Send photograph and information to Joe Martell, Carlton Hotel.
Well, I sent a note along with my photo, and the very next day the party sent me 1 month's salary in advance.
In advance?
$140. Now, until I actually reported for work, I had no idea that Joe Martell was a woman. An old maid in her 60s, in fact. The Joe is short for Josephine, you see. Well, naturally, I wanted to quit right off the bat.
Why didn't you?
I couldn't, Miss Brooks. I'd already spent the $140.
Oh, great. Philip Boynton, the lady's home companion.
The only way I could get out of the job would be to return Miss Martell's money. Now, in view of my desperate predicament, I was wondering if you might let me borrow enough to... could you give me a check for $140?
Certainly. Then we could take turns bouncing it to the bank. I'm as broke as you are, Mr. Boynton.
Then I'm stuck. Now, please understand, my relationship with Miss Martell is purely a business one. My principal duty being to escort her to fashionable places for dinner. Of course, she pays the check.
Nah. Same type deal we have.
We always go Dutch, and you know it.
I apologize. What are some of your other duties?
Well, she happens to have very poor eyesight, so after dinner I have to read to her. Then, when the reading is over, she pats me on the head as if I were a little boy and sends me home. Good night, son, she says. Son. She calls me son. It tears my heart out.
Now, don't cry in the coffee. It's weak enough. Mr. Boynton, although it's perfectly innocent, I'm afraid that your whisking an elderly woman about town may cause tongues to wag.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. I dread to think of the consequences if Mr. Conklin should get wind of it. In fact, I want you to favor me with the same promise I exacted from Miss Martell. If I should be asked the identity of my companion, she said, I promise that I'll never mention your name, son.
I promise, too. Now pick up your beanie, son, and I'll race you to school. Good morning, Harriet.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks. I was just going over to your classroom to look for you. Daddy said you were to march right to his office on the double.
All right, Harriet. I hope my barracks bag is on straight. Bye now. Good morning, Mr. Conklin. Miss Brooks, English teacher first class, reporting, sir.
Eddie? Yes, sit down, Miss Brooks.
No, thank you. I'll stand, sir.
Then I'll get right to the point. The members of my wife's family and of mine have come to town for a little family reunion.
Oh, yes. Mrs. Davis mentioned that to me this morning.
Yes, well, most of them are splendid people, good stock, but one or two are, rather eccentric. Particularly my sister Hilda. Frankly, I'm worried about her, Miss Brooks.
About Hilda?
Yes, but I shouldn't really call her Hilda. She still uses her stage name, Joe Martell. Whoops. The Joe is short for Josephine, you see. What did you say, Miss Brooks?
I just said whoops. That's short for I think I'll sit down after all.
Do that. Were it not for the fact that I need your help, Miss Brooks, I would not dare utter the horribly embarrassing impression that you are about to hear. Miss Brooks?
Yes, sir?
My sister is paying $35 a week to a gigolo. I inquired as to the cad's identity, but Josephine stoutly refused to divulge his name. However, in an unguarded moment, Josephine let it slip that the rotter is a member of Madison's faculty. How do you like them apples?
Not very tasty, sir. Why are you telling me all this?
Because I want you to help me unmask that ear.
Well...
Then it's settled. Bear in mind, we're looking for the flicker type, Miss Brooks, and if you should need someone to assist you, say maybe Mr. Boynton could help you find the wolf I want.
I don't doubt that at all. But when Mr. Boynton drove me to school this morning, I noticed he was very tired, sir. Dead tired, really. So rather than burden him with...
Oh, come in, Boynton, come in. Thank you, sir. Harriet told me I'd find you here, Miss Brooks. Here's your purse. You left it in my car.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Boynton. Mr. Conklin was just telling me about his sister. She came to town for a little family reunion.
Your sister, Mr. Conklin? How nice.
Her name is Joe Martell. how tired he is, sir. He fell right on your floor. During the morning, Mr. Conklin made frequent visits to my classroom, and on each of those occasions he expressed keen disappointment over my not having picked up any information which might lead to the horsewhipping of Josephine Gigolo. As I entered the school cafeteria at noon, I was met by Harriet Conklin, who lost no time in giving me a flash.
Miss Brooks, I know the man who's going with Daddy's sister.
You do?
Yes, ma'am. I wouldn't dare tell Daddy, though. It's Mr. Boynton.
You're kidding.
No, I saw him escorting her into her hotel last night. And to think that woman's in her 60s. She was the firstborn in Daddy's family, Miss Brooks. Daddy was the last.
That figures. Harriet, I hope you haven't let anyone else in on that little bulletin about Mr. Boynton.
Oh, no, Miss Brooks. I didn't tell a soul. Except Walter Denton.
Oh. That's like giving it to Luella. He's lunching at the corner table, I see.
Oh, I'm sure Walter won't go blabbing it around. I told him it's a secret.
Good. Excuse me, Harriet. Hello, Walter.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Mr. Boynton's been running around with Mr. Conklin's sister.
Congratulations, your Secret Service badge is in the mail. You shouldn't spread gossip like that, Walter. It could lead to Mr. Boynton's having his license revoked by the Gigolos Union. Even being dismissed from our faculty.
Oh, gosh, I wouldn't want that to happen.
Actually, it's just a job, Walter. Miss Martell hired him to read books to her during the evening.
Well, how do you like that? For 5 years, he goes more or less steady with you, only to wind up spending his evenings reading books to an old lady. Now, it just doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. Must seem pretty plain to him after all those years of whisking me to the zoo. But Mr. Boynton didn't really know what he was letting himself in for, Walter. Now he's got to figure a way out before Mr. Conklin can trap him.
Well, maybe my agile brain can figure something out, Miss Brooks. Yeah, I'll get the old bean working, and before you know it, I might dream up something.
May I speak with you privately, Miss Brooks?
There's no need for secrecy, Mr. Boynton. Walter's hep to the entire situation.
Yeah, I think it's real nervous.
Of course, we're rather young, Mr. Boynton, but won't you join us anyway?
Thanks. I just talked with Miss Martell on the phone. I have to call her at noon every day to report, you see. And she said, tonight we'll meet at 6:30, son.
Son?
She calls him son.
Normally, I don't meet her until 7. But in spite of my discontent, she insisted that we meet a half hour earlier.
Well, at her age, every half hour counts, I guess.
Where's the rendezvous to take place, Mr. Boynton?
Well, now that the heat is on, I didn't care to risk meeting her at her hotel, and certainly not at my apartment, so... Well, this is an emergency, Miss Brooks, so I took the liberty of giving her your address.
You're meeting her at my house?
We'll be safe there.
Speak for yourself. He's going to hire a private detective the first thing in the morning.
A private detective?
With instructions to trail Miss Martell day and night and to surreptitiously photograph anyone with whom she's seen.
Holy cow, the jig's up. Oh, you'll just have to quit, Mr. Boynton. Tonight.
I received $140 in advance, Walter, and I've already spent it. If I should tender my resignation, I'm afraid Miss Martell would demand the return of her money.
Could you demand her loot back if she were to fire you?
Well, no. According to our agreement, the money's mine, provided that I merely make myself available to her at the prescribed time. Of course, Miss Martell wouldn't dream of discharging me. She's too fond of me. She boasted, in fact, that in me she had found the direct antithesis of her former companion.
Her former companion?
Well, yes. She fired him upon discovering that he was possessed of a dangerous split personality, Miss Brooks. While he was at all times the quintessence of propriety in her presence, she learned that he had another side. He was in the habit of consorting with unsavory characters, crooked gamblers and gangsters.
Gangsters? But wait a minute. The old bean's working. But, Mr. Boynton, you have just stumbled upon the means to get yourself sacked.
What are you talking about, Walter?
Well, disillusion the old girl. If you'll assume those same unsavory characteristics when you meet her tonight, Mr. Boynton, she'll probably give you the bounce just like she gave it to the other guy.
You're being absurd, Walter. Why, in her own words, she once said to me, "One look at you and I was convinced that you were a wholesome, homespun, clean-cut American boy."
She calls him son. Mr. Boynton, if you'll take my advice...
Oh, I'll accept your advice any time, Miss Brooks. What is it?
Now, look, I'll admit my idea's real crazy, but it can do the trick. You've got to act tonight, Mr. Boynton. By tomorrow, the sands of time will have run out on you. It'll be Mr. Conklin who'll fire you. Miss Brooks, would you want to see Mr. Boynton leave dear old Madison, maybe never to see him again?
Oh, no.
Don't listen to him, Miss Brooks. What's your advice?
You gotta listen to me. Yes, give her the old split personality bit. Up to now, she's only...
Or I tan your hide.
Daddy, where have you been?
I've been visiting with my sister Josephine, Harriet. I happened upon a startling revelation, child.
A what?
Thanks to a note I discovered as I was leaving Josephine's apartment, a note which she had carelessly left near her telephone, I learned the identity of the scoundrel to whom she's paying $35 a week. It's none other than Mr. Boynton. Boynton! A gigolo! I thought he was Miss Brooks' property.
What did the note say, Daddy?
It said, meet Mr. Boynton, 6:30 at 209 Carroll Avenue.
209 Carroll Avenue?
Somehow that address strikes a familiar chord. Seems to me I wrote a Christmas card to that address on. John! That's Miss Brooks' house!
Get him, Daddy.
How do you like that? She's renting him out!
I hope you don't mind having dinner in the kitchen, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, not at all, Miss Brooks. Hey, I like this corned beef hash you cooked. It's different.
It must be. It's supposed to be a veal cutlet. Miss Martell ought to be here in a few minutes. You'd better study your part.
Honey.
We're in the kitchen, Mrs. Davis. There's no need to let Mrs. Davis in on our scheme, Mr. Boynton. By the time she gets back from the movies, it'll all be over.
I wish it were over now. I'm getting awfully nervous.
Excuse me, folks. I'm afraid I'll be at the movies for quite a spell, Connie. I'm going to see Frankie Sinatra and From Here to Eternity.
Fine.
I won't have to wait for the Mickey Mouse short subject, though. I read the book. My dear, don't forget to fill the goldfish bowl for me, Mr. Boynton.
I won't.
Good night, Mrs. Davis.
Good night, Connie.
Good evening, Margaret.
Oh, good conscience. Oh, you startle me. Hello, Harriet.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Davis. Were you leaving?
Yes, for the movies. But it's so sweet of you to drop over. Why not visit with Miss Brooks and Mr. Boynton? They're out in the kitchen.
Good idea. Splendid. We'll catch up with you later, Margaret. Good night.
Good night.
Come on, Daddy. She said they're in the kitchen.
That's precisely why we're not going to the kitchen. Having Mrs. Davis let us in without announcing our presence is a stroke of luck. Now we can duck behind these hall curtains and eavesdrop.
Daddy, isn't that an awfully sneaky trick?
Yes, indeed. Quiet now.
6:30, Mr. Boynton. Better wait in the living room. Sit down.
Where?
That sofa near the hall curtain, right under the statue of the gargoyle, the one that always reminds me of Mr. Conklin. Now, wipe that pleasant expression off your face and try to look sinister, Mr. Boynton. Remember, you're playing an underworld part.
I'll do my best, but I'm not sure I can go through with it.
Oh, that must be Miss Martell. I'll wait in the kitchen for my cue. Good luck.
Thanks. Come in.
Good evening, Mr. Boynton. How are you? I said, how are you, Mr. Boynton? Something wrong, Mr. Boynton?
Sit down, babe.
Babe, it's me, Mr. Boynton, Miss Martell.
So what?
What?
Now, let's get down to business, doll.
Doll?
I thought we ought to bat the breeze a little tonight about my salary. I need more loot.
Loot?
Oh, what's come over you? What happened to the sweet, clean-cut boy you used to be, son?
Now, look, sister. I don't have to go into that namby-pamby act till 7 o'clock, which is when I go on duty for you, according to our deal. So you got me a half hour early. So my agent insists I get a raise, and we ain't standing for no stalling from no dame nohow.
Oh, your language, Mr. Boynton. There must be some kind of a joke. You told me you're a teacher.
That's right. I teach kids to pick pockets. Wanna make something out of it?
Oh, good heavens, you've gone mad.
I wish you two wouldn't talk so loud. You're disturbing the dice game in the back room.
Dice game? Who are you?
He's my agent.
Now, you better cough up that raise, Chubby. We wouldn't put on to put the screws on you, would we, Philip?
That's right. I never put the screws on no dame since I left Shy.
Shy?
That's underworld talk.
Oh, my goodness. I think I'm going to faint.
Not here. We'll charge you extra. Now, let's get with it, Martell. You either cough up more moolah, or I'll put the clamps on him reading Shakespeare to you.
How dare you? Just who do you think you are to address me in that manner?
She's my wife, that's who.
Wife?
His sow.
The little woman.
The old ball and chain.
Or better half.
The old battle axe.
The mother of my child.
He calls me Mom. Come in.
Well, it isn't our son, Walter. Only 16, but big as a horse. How are you, son?
When he was a colt. Walter, this is Miss Martell.
Martell? Oh, gee, you must be the cheap old dame who pays my daddy a crummy 35 fish a week. What?
Got bad news, son. You don't seem to want to give the raise.
Oh, fiddle-dee-dee. Well, where am I going to get the moolah to buy a new crooked roulette wheel for school? Good enough. Goodbye, Mr. Boynton. As of this moment, consider yourself discharged. Oh, and to think I called you her.
Well, that does it, Mr. Boynton.
Just about. Of course, as soon as I can dig up the amount she paid, I'll send it back to her. Every penny of it. Gosh, when she hired me just to escort her to dinner and read books to her, perfectly harmless things, the poor woman had such faith in me. And now this had to happen.
Oh, come on. Cheer up, Mr. Boynton. I thought everything worked out swell.
So did I, Mr. Boynton.
Me too, son. Mr. Conklin.
Excuse me, I gotta be blowing back to Shy.
Oh, no, you don't. Sit down, babe. Mrs. Davis let Harriet and me in as she was leaving for the movies, Miss Brooks. From behind that curtain, we heard every word of your dead-end bit.
I better wait for you out in the car, Dad. Bye, folks.
Well, now that our little group is down to a foursome, Bridge, anyone? Bridge?
Get me a tall one I can leap off.
Silence. Mr. Boynton, from what I overheard, it's clear to me now that your association with my sister Josephine was of a perfectly harmless nature. So why didn't you come to me and explain that fact? Well, sir, I was afraid that if you... Silence! It is also clear to me that your little gangster scene was perpetrated to goad her into firing you before I could find out you were in her employ. And now that it's all over, all I can say to the lot of you is... Bless you.
Huh? Bless us.
Bless you.
Who sneezed?
I have tried vainly to dissuade Josephine from hiring male companions, because those she has had in the past proved to be a mercenary lot of lame-brained loafers. In view of her violent reaction to your performance, I doubt that she'll ever hire another. I feel that I owe you a debt of gratitude.
You really mean that, sir?
From the bottom of my heart. I must be going now. Thank you, one and all, and good night.
Oh, wait, I think I'll go to the movies with Harriet, sir. So long, Mr. Boynton. Good night, Miss Brooks.
Night.
Say, that gangster scheme did serve a pretty good purpose after all, Miss Brooks. Worked out fine. Even though it was Walter Denton's brainchild, you're the one who convinced me that I should go through with it. I don't know how to thank you, Miss Brooks.
You don't? Think a little.
I wish I could think of something, but I just can't. What can I do, Miss Brooks, to show my appreciation?
Sit down, babe.
Do you want to recite your poem, Red?
I messed up Jack Benny show. I'm going to try this one now. Yeah, I got a poem. Tide fought dirt. This is for the Golden Glove, see? Mm-hmm. Tide fought dirt and boy, what about? Tide went in and knocked dirt out.
From Hollywood, the Red Skelton program, brought to you by Procter & Gamble's amazing new discovery for your whole family wash, Tide. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, the Four Knights, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, Martha Wentworth, and John Holbrook will be me, Rod O'Connor. At Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer in the Fred Astaire movie, our clown is known as Harry Ruby. On Sundays for Procter & Gamble, he's known as Willie Lump Lump, Cauliflower McPug, Clem Cadiddlehopper, Deadeye, or Junior the Mean Little Kid. But right now we bring you our star as himself, Red Skelton.
Hello, Mr. Skelton.
Oh, how are you there, Mr. Fred? What's up?
Say, I'm so worried about that robbery they had in my hometown of Boston. Imagine $1 million in cash.
Yeah, when President Truman heard about it, he wants to throw out the tax department and hire the 7 guys that did it. You seem a little more worried than usual. What's wrong, Mr. Fred?
Oh, well, sir, I'm terribly upset.
Oh?
Oh, yeah, I think we've been robbed, too.
Yeah?
That check that came for your GI insurance, why, it's missing.
I know, I cashed it.
Oh, thank goodness. How much was it for?
1 cent.
What? 1 cent? Weren't you embarrassed cashing it?
Well, not until the bank teller said, "How will you have it, Sporty, heads or tails?"
Well, if you don't mind, if you don't need me for anything, I'll get back to my experiment.
Your experiment?
Oh, yes,
You mean you're going to try breathing?
No. I'm worried about the poor pedestrians.
Oh?
So I'm trying to
What about the Methodists?
I'm trying to make a synthetic gasoline out of Mexican jumping beans.
Gas out of Mexican jumping beans?
Yes, then the car can just leap over the pedestrian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if you see somebody you don't like, you can just knock him down, have the car to jump up and down. This guy's flipped his lid, if you ask me.
Oh, Mr. Skelton, is that any way to talk to your houseboy?
Boy, get a load of the boy, wait. When Washington threw $1 across the Platonic... When Washington threw $1 across the Potomac, he caught it.
Oh, you will have your little jokes.
I hope so. There weren't any on that page. Hey, maybe you better go rest up a little. Your embalming is wearing off. Come in.
Hiya, Skelton. What's cooking?
Nothing. It's just a script. House needs a little errands, all.
Well, I was afraid you'd be gone. I had a little trouble getting here. You know, my wife's using the car, and I had to ride Ricky's bike.
Oh, with your weight? What happened? The tires go flat?
No, the bike went flat.
What's up, huh?
Well, I came over to see if you wanted to go out to Santa Anita.
No, I'd like to go, but I can't afford it. I got a wife and a government to support.
Oh, come on now. Don't you like to watch the horses run?
Yeah, I like to watch the ones I bet on, too. Hey, I got a system on betting the horses. I put all their names in a hat, and I pull out. And the one I pull out, that's the one I bet on.
Out of a plug hat, huh?
Yeah, a plug. We're going to miss you around here, boy.
Well, what have you been doing this week?
Well, I went over to see Procter & Gamble about more money. Well, they wrote out a big check, blotted it, and handed it to me.
The check?
The blotter. But I didn't let them know I was worried. I just looked them square in the eye as I knelt there. Get that.
Hello, yeah, Skelton President. Oh, just a minute. Mr. Connor's for you. It's a lady.
Well, thanks, Fred. Hello. Hello, Lorene. No, I haven't seen Junior today. Why? Anything wrong? Well, don't worry about him, and don't notify the police till you're sure. Well, he's getting the kid booked as a runaway. Skelton and I'll be right over.
Hey, what's up?
Come on, Junior's disappeared.
Hooray! Hey, wait a minute. Junior's nuts about Dave Rose's steam train, so I'll maybe he's over there riding him. I'll call Dave. Ought, double ought, nothing.
Hello?
Hello, Dave? Skelton.
No, Dave Skelton doesn't.
Oh, now.
This is Dave Rose.
Yeah, you know what I meant. Look, is Junior over there riding your train?
No, I haven't seen him.
Yeah.
I've been rehearsing my orchestra in a cowboy medley for the show.
Oh, cowboy medley. Hey, that's well. I'll hang on the phone. Run it through once, will you? I'd like to hear it. Anytime.
It's a mid-century miracle, the new Tide miracle. Listen, now with Tide, you can get a dazzling clean wash without rinsing. Yes, without rinsing. Here's the secret. Procter & Gamble's Tide not only gets the dirt out of clothes, but keeps it suspended in the wash water. When you wring out the water, you'll wring out the dirt, too. Clothes come straight from the wringer or spin dryer, white, fresh, clean. They dry soft and fluffy, easy to iron. Sweet-smelling and clean. Yes, clean is the word. You know how clean Tide gets your clothes with rinsing. Cleaner than any other washing product you can buy. Now, I want you to know about Tide without rinsing. I want you to try it and compare the results. You'll be amazed. You'll be amazed, too, at the time and work you saved. So get Tide at your dealers. And remember, the same Tide in the same familiar package will give you dazzling clean clothes without rinsing.
Tide is dirt. Our Tide gets clothes cleaner than all of them. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Well, Junior's not at Dave Rose's house, and we've just heard the Tide commercial, so we know he hasn't blown up CBS yet.
I'm going to notify the police.
No, now wait. Before you call the police, tell us everything that happened up to the time he disappeared. Maybe we can find a clue to his whereabouts.
Well, along about 1 o'clock, he came home.
Mummy doll, topsy-turvy's home. Yoo-kidoo. Where you in?
I'm upstairs.
Oh, I will go upstairs and see my mommy. I'm going to go see my mommy. I'm going to see my mommy. I'm going to see my mommy. We live in a big house, you know. Well, here I am, kiddo.
Is the party over?
For me, it is.
Now, Junior, tell me what happened, like a good boy.
Well, forget that good boy stuff. Now, I'll tell you in my way, you see. Widow Dickie Orland and father and Jackie Berry's father gave a big brother party, see? And Jean Fowler had the birthday, and they had the cake.
Did little Jean blow out all the candles?
No, I blew it out for him.
You did?
Yeah, you see, I mixed the gunpowder with my chemistry set, see? And I put it under each widow candle, and boy, when they lit it, it really blew them out. You should have seen him trying to scrape that cake off of the ceiling, you know. Too bad they didn't have a fan it could have hit.
Oh. Yeah. How did you get so dirty? My, you're filthy as a little pig.
Well, what's wrong with that? With the price of meat the way it is? Goodness, take me to a livestock show. Let them put a blue ribbon on me, see? Then a man will come along and put a government stamp on me, and I can just see me widow self walking up a plank as proud as a widow pig could be, see? Walking up a ramp just to become a can of spam, you know.
No crying.
But I turned me down.
Now, don't try that sympathy angle on me. How did you get so dirty?
This kid's pretty hep, you know. Well, I tell you, I fell in a mud puddle accidentally.
Well, how come your overalls are clean if you accidentally fell in a mud puddle?
I took them off before I decided to have the accident.
Junior, why don't you listen to your good self before you do things like that?
Well, I does listen to my good self, but then my bad self comes along and makes me a much better awful, you know.
Oh, you?
Yes.
Well, you just wait till I get my hairbrush.
Well, you go right ahead. I'm not afraid of that hairbrush anymore. I borrowed Pop's electric razor and I shaved it bald. Goodness sake, that's all you ever think of. Spank this kid. Get this kid a spank.
Well, I've got to teach you to behave somehow.
Well,
and it hurts me more than it does you when I spank you.
Oh, it do, Julian. Well, I got news for you, kiddo. You certainly bear up under it, I'll say that. Why don't you just keep track of everything I does all year long, see? Write down everything I does is bad, and then one day during the year, just make up for everything. Give me one whipping. Maybe we could call it Happy Switching Day or something.
Oh, I don't understand you. One day you're good, one day bad. Good, bad, good, bad, good, bad.
What you doing, sorting strawberries?
You come here to me, Smarty.
No, yeah. Oh, look what you do, look what you do, look.
That's your necktie you're holding out.
Look. Oh, I thought you knocked me tongue out.
Now, Junior, you listen to me. If you don't start mending your ways, you're going to get the most severe chastisement of your life.
Going to get your what?
I'll whip your pants off.
Oh, it's clear to me now.
Now go get cleaned up before your father comes home and tells me I'm not raising you right.
Yeah, because when he sees me in the condition he comes home in, I'll look twice as dirty, you know.
Oh, Junior, don't talk that way about your father. He just happens to be the suave, sophisticated New York type.
Yeah, he's a New York type kiddo, all right. Last night he had so many Manhattans he was lit up like Broadway.
Junior! Now stop stalling and go wash.
Okay, I go wash. So, I wonder if that candy dish is still within reach down there. I'll slide down the banister and she won't hear me going down the stairs. Oh, I forgot to watch this thing. Open the window! Open the window! Open the door. I'm sorry, Mommy.
Don't talk to me. I don't want anything to do with you.
Oh, don't say that.
Your father will attend to you when he gets home.
Oh, no, he won't. I'm tired of getting a whipping. They never plays with me. They don't give me any attention or anything except just for whipping. I'm going to run away, boy. There must be somebody who'd like a little boy like me.
last I saw of him.
Oh, God.
He took his toothpaste and drew a picture of a little boy waving goodbye on the mirror. The room seemed so empty with the sun shining through the bars on his window.
Wait, I got a hunch. You know that kiddie show that he likes to watch on television? Well, maybe he and that skunk patrol went down to see Deadeye the Star in person.
Well, it's worth a try.
My car's outside.
Okay, there's a brilliant line in it. Where do you think it would be? Upstairs taking a nap? Come on, let's go. Well, here's the television station. Tell you what, you wait right here, Lorraine. Rod and I will be right back.
Say we'd better hurry.
I'm just not myself today.
We'd better hurry. Here comes Polly the panhandler.
Yeah, get a load of that fur coat she's wearing. That thing looks worse every day.
Well, she says it's dyed mink.
It died a horrible death. She must have trapped it under her sink. Hi, Polly.
Oh, howdy, gents. Say, I didn't ask you boys for any money, did I?
Not today, no.
Good. Anything I hate is to hit the same guys twice in the same day. Say, couldn't spare a few bucks, could you?
You better give her the money. She'll pick your pockets anyway.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that, Buster. When I was a silent picture star, I was a poor girl, but a good girl. That's why I was a poor girl. Oh, you know, those were the days.
The nights weren't bad either.
I was beautiful inside and out.
Too bad they can't turn her inside out.
Hey, you don't happen to have an old razor blade on you, do you?
No.
My mustache is getting that 5 o'clock shadow again.
Say, let me ask you, it goes well with your fur coat, though, I'll say that. Is that coat part of your younger days?
Yes, but I sure could use a new one. My cat has buried this one 3 times. Say, what are you boys doing around this neck of the woods anyway?
We're looking for a lost boy.
Well, I ain't got 'em.
You didn't say you did.
But I sure love kids.
Oh, do you have children?
No, I ain't got nothing to show for my life, and when I lost my money, I lost half my friends.
What about the other half?
Well, they don't know I lost it yet. Hey, you don't happen to have a bucket of blue paint on you, do you? I'd like to freshen up my tattoo. You want to see it?
Oh, gee, Custer's last stand.
Say, how come you boys look so prosperous?
We work.
Work?
Yep.
Gee, I hope I never get that mercenary. Say, buddy, you wouldn't happen to have a ham sandwich on you, would you?
No, and get your hand out of my pocket and give me my wallet, will you?
Oh, I thought it was 2 slices of bread with lettuce in the middle. You don't happen to have a plug of tobacco on you?
No, I only chew gum.
Have you got a stick on you, youngster?
Yeah, here.
Well, mind if I bomber your teeth?
Are you kidding?
Well, I'll see if I have an old pair in my shopping bag here.
Hey, where did you get all those dimes?
Oh, the bus driver wasn't looking, so I siphoned his change box. Well, I gotta be going, youngster. You know, I'm going down to the bakery and smell hot bread.
Well, I better get backstage if I'm going to check Deadeye's studio audience for Jnior. Maybe you'd better wait here in case he comes out the front way.
Yeah, okay.
Did you wish to see someone?
Yes, is Deadeye around?
Well, he's still on the stage. Here, while you're waiting, you might as well step into this control booth and watch the rest of the show on the television.
Okay, Barry. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, come on, horse boy! There. Don't reach for that gun there, Dirty Joe. Well, you're dealing with Deadeye, Texas Deadeye. I'm from Texas, where men are men and the women are disillusioned. Hell, I finally caught up with you, Dirty Joe.
But I'm not Dirty Joe. My name is,
Funny name.
I'm so darn absent-minded. Only this morning I poured syrup on my fingers and trim a waffle.
Don't let him fool you, Deadeye. He's too dirty, Joe.
What?
He is too dirty, Joe.
I've rustled cows and I'm a horse thief, and now I'm going to be one for murder. I'm going to kill you. Reach for your shooting iron.
Oh, let's do it the real Texas style. Put your guns away, and I'll count 3, and then we'll both draw.
Okay, but I'll count.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2.
Can't wait all day for him to say 3.
Brother, what a crummy show.
Well, it's no wonder. Our sponsor's a cracker manufacturer. Well, here comes Deadeye now.
What a phony cowboy.
Deadeye, there's a fella here to see you.
Oh, howdy, partner.
Well, tell me something. Are you really a cowboy?
Well, don't I look it?
Well, I've been noticing your cowboy hat. What kind is it?
It's a 10-gallon hat.
Doesn't look like it.
Well, I'll just take it off and prove it to you. You see, we need big hats. It gets so hot in Texas. Why, if a man with water on the brain was to take off his hat in the noonday sun, you could hear him perk for 2 miles. What can I do for you, partner?
Well, I was looking for a little boy who ran away from home.
Good.
I thought he might be in your audience.
Oh, well, how about getting a posse together? You know, that's my meat. I led a posse once for 5 days.
Who were they after?
Me. Well, if television ever gets clear pictures, I may have to take it on the lam again. What do you say? Shall we get the posse? Shall I saddle up? Saddle up?
No.
Well, I got to get back on the stage, partner. Time to introduce the 4 knights. Stick around. They're going to sing Dear Hearts and Gentle People.
I love those dear hearts and gentle people who live in my hometown. Because those dear hearts and gentle people will never ever let you down. They read the good book from Friday till Monday. That's how the weekend goes. I've got a dream house I'll build there one day. We'll pick it and go. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love those dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. There's a place I'd like to be, and it's back in Tennessee, where your friendly neighbors smile and say hello. It's a pleasure and a treat to me under down the street. That's why I want the whole wide world to know. I love those dear hearts and gentle people who live in my hometown. Because those dear hearts and gentle people will never ever let you down. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love those dear, dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. Who live and love in my hometown.
Ladies, Tide's new miracle is something you have to see to believe. Amazing as it seems, Tide now gets clothes dazzling clean without rinsing. Yes, without rinsing. You see, Procter & Gamble's Tide gets the dirt out of clothes and keeps it suspended in the wash water. When you wring or spin dry your clothes, the dirt runs out with the water. Clothes come clean, white, and fresh. They dry soft and fluffy, iron smoothly, smell sweet and clean, because they are clean. You know that with rinsing, Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product known. Now, try Tide without rinsing. The results will startle you. Your wash will be amazingly clean, white, and fresh. You'll save time and work, too. So get Tide at your dealers. And remember, the same Tide, in the same familiar package, will give you dazzling clean clothes without rinsing.
Well, best thing to do, I guess, is notify the police. Let them find Junior.
Well, hey, let's stop at the Fathers and Sons gym. I understand Junior's skunk patrol hangs out here a lot.
Oh, Rod, you better go in the side door. There's that cauliflower McPug still shadow boxing.
Oh, I don't mind talking to him. Hiya, Cauliflower.
Now, stay in your corner, boy. Stay in your corner. Don't get anxious, boy. Wait till the bell rings. Wait till the bell rings. Oh, there it is. Step out now, boy.
No, come on, now calm down. You act like you're punch drunk.
What?
You act like you're punch drunk.
Me punch drunk? I never touched the stuff. Be silly, boy. You know me, huh? Did you see me fighting Fresno last week?
No.
Boy, what a fight. What a fight that one, you know. I had the guy muffled, you know. I had him baffled.
Mm-hmm.
I don't take any chance of getting hit below the belt. See, I wear turtleneck trunks. Well, this guy wasn't looking. See, this guy wasn't. I got silver handles on my shorts, too. That's in case anything happened, they could carry me out, you see. Well, anyhow, this guy wasn't looking, and I brought one up from the floor. That's where I won at the time, you see. What a fight, what a fight. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm changing my name to Sweet Chariot.
Why?
I'm always swinging low, you know.
Well, you better stop fighting.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm not going to get like the rest of them bums, you know. Some of them guys stay in the ring too long, they start hearing bells and birds, you know. That's bad when that starts happening. You really know me. Answer the phone, will you?
How many fights have you lost?
I'm only, we must be in an Avery around here. You know what them birds chirp so loud for, don't you?
No.
That phone ringing scared them all the time. You asked me if I lost any fights,
yes.
Only once. Misunderstood the referee's instructions. I knocked my opponent down, see?
Yeah.
And the referee said, run to a neutral corner. Well, the only one I could think I'm with Hollywood in mind. Say, you know me, huh? Answer the phone, will you? Tell me, was I a colorful fighter?
Well, the night I saw you were knocked out in 5 seconds.
I know, but was I colorful, eh?
Did your wife still fight you?
Yeah, last night I gave her a return bout. She won by a bum decision. Them birds are awful noisy. Awful noisy. I also fought in a Golden Glove. At least I think that's what the guy was using on me at the time. Front, boy, front. Hey, would you care for a bite to eat? The dinner bell didn't ring.
Now, look, Cauliflower, there's no bells ringing.
No.
You're ready for the count.
Oh, don't give me that stuff. You think I'm nutty. You ought to see them punch-drunk guys down that gymnasium. That guy really going. Them boys are really going. All day long, they stick their head out the window and whistle at girls.
Well, what's wrong with that?
No windows in that gymnasium. I'll buy. I'm treating. Care for a good humor? I hear the truck coming. You know, I was told in my day, my younger days, my style was like Jack Dempsey. Me, Jack Dempsey. I fought like Jack Dempsey. Who's Jack Dempsey? Well, anyhow, I never forget one fight I had. Oh, the guy got knocked out so cold that they had to carry him out of the ring with ice tongs. You know, look, I'll show you the holes in my tie. Oh, it's 6 o'clock. The chimes are going now. Better step under that thing here. The birds are getting closer. Where you going? Where you going?
I'm going into the gym.
Well, it's closed on Sunday.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, so long, McPug. I'll give you a ring sometime.
You don't have to. I got plenty now. Oh, them birds aren't noisy.
Well, Lorene, we've looked every place for Junior. Maybe we better notify the police not to blame Mickey Cohen for a few days until we find him. Thanks for being with us, and until next Sunday...
This is Red Skelton saying, thanks for buying more and more of that Wash Day Miracle Tide.
Tide is dirt out, T-I-D-E, Tide.
special offer from new Dream Shampoo with Beauty Conditioner. Dream Shampoo now contains a wonderful new beauty conditioner. It's an exclusive cleansing agent that conditions your hair to natural softness and sheen. The makers of this new Dream are so sure you'll like it, they're paying you money just to try it. Right now you can get a 49-cent bottle of new Dream in a special coupon carton worth 20 cents. Yes, you mail in the coupon and get back 20 cents in cash just for trying this wonderful new shampoo. This offer is good for a limited time only, so tomorrow, hurry to any cosmetic counter where they carry new Dream Shampoo with Beauty Conditioner.
Join us next Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that brave youth who bore through snow and ice a banner with this strange device.
Costello, what in the world have you got there?
Oh, what do you think it is?
It's a horse, isn't it?
That is the horse. What does it look like? A hip-on puppet, the hum-on a bus?
No. Costello, tell me the truth now. Where did you get that horse?
Oh, Abbott, I bought it for $1.50 from a fellow that was wearing a white suit. And another thing, this horse is a hero.
What do you mean?
He won the Distinguished Service Cross. Look, it says right on his blanket, DSC.
Distinguished Service Cross?
Yeah, he won it.
That means Department of Street Cleaning.
You mean that fella in the white suit was a street cleaner?
Certainly.
No wonder when I first spoke to him, he gave me the brush.
Now, Costello, you've got to cut out this nonsense. Now, last week you bought a dog, this week you bought a horse. Now, the next thing you know, you'll buy an elephant.
I did buy an elephant.
Huh?
I bought an elephant, Abbott.
What do you
I
mean?
had to give him back.
Why?
They wouldn't let me bring him home on a streetcar.
Oh, Costello, take that horse out of here right now and give him back to the man. Go ahead.
No, Abbott.
Come on.
Please don't.
Yes.
Don't make me give him back. Abbott, I love animals. I want to keep him. Don't make me give Peanut Butter back. He's the sweetest, nicest horse I ever met. Come here, Peanut Butter. That's a nice girl. That's a pretty girl. Peanut Butter, give Abbott a great big kiss. Sure cools you off, don't it?
Costello, take that horse outside right now and turn him loose.
Wait a minute, Abbott. No,
Come on.
I can't do that. Peanut Butter is hungry, and I got to feed him. Hey, what does a horse eat?
A horse eats his fodder.
He eats his fodder?
Certainly.
Well, that's fine. And what does a horse's fodder eat?
He eats his fodder.
Well, what do you know? And what does a horse's mother eat?
She eats her fodder.
What are they, cannibals?
Certainly not. Every horse has to eat his fodder.
Oh, I see. He eats his fodder,
Yeah.
and then his father eats his fodder,
That's it.
and then his mother eats her fodder, and the next thing you know, there won't be no fathers left for Father's Day.
No. You dummy, to feed a horse, you take a bag and put his fodder in it.
Does he stand for it?
Certainly.
You mean you put his fodder in a bag?
That's right. And you hang his fodder on his nose.
Now, ain't that a pretty picture? A horse walking around with his fodder hanging on his nose.
When you talk sense, Costello. Now, if you intend to keep that horse around here, you'll have to take care of him yourself. You're going to be the horse's groom.
I'm going to be the horse's what?
His groom. You said you loved the horse, didn't you?
Yeah, but I don't have to marry him.
Look, Costello, when I say groom, I mean you have to curry the horse.
I have to what?
Curry.
Curry the horse?
That's right.
He's big enough to walk himself. Now, look, Abbott. I'm going to take Peanut Butter out to Hollywood Park, and I'm going to enter him in the race.
The track is pretty muddy. Do you think he'll be able to race? What is he, a mutter?
A what?
I said, is he a mutter?
How can he be a mutter? Ain't a she always a mutter?
Well, certainly not. Sometimes a he makes a better mutter than a she.
What do you know? Look, Abbott, suppose a mama horse has little horses. Does that make her a mutter?
Well, that depends on her feet.
You learn something new every day, don't you?
No, Costello, a mudder is a horse that likes to run in mud on account of having sore feet.
Well, in that case, I guess peanut butter is a mudder because I saw him limping on his 2 front feet.
Oh, I see. He's having trouble with his forelegs.
Why, certainly, because when... What'd you say?
I said he's having trouble with his forelegs.
I just got through telling you he was only limping with his 2 front legs.
Costello, your horse's forelegs are in front.
His forelegs are in front.
Yes.
What are those things in the back?
Look, you don't understand. Your horse has forelegs in front and hind legs in back.
4 legs in the front and hind legs in back.
That's right.
What I got, a centipede?
Look, Costello, your horse only has 4 legs.
I know.
Well?
But he only races on 3 of them.
What does he do with the other leg?
He trips the other horse.
Costello.
He's a 30 horse.
I can imagine that.
He cheats.
Yes, I can see that. But look, Costello, that broken down horse doesn't belong on a racetrack. Who'd ever bet on a nag like that? Look at it.
I would.
You would.
I'm going to take all my money out of my piggy bank. I'm even going to sell my erector set and my ping pong paddles.
You're going to sell all that for what?
And my nickels and marbles, and I'm going to bet every cent of my money on my horse.
No, that's ridiculous, Costello. Putting all your money on a horse. Big gamblers don't do that.
Oh, no? Well,
No.
the biggest gambler that ever lived did it.
And just who was the biggest gambler that ever lived?
Lady Godiva.
Lady Godiva was a...
Lady Godiva.
Lady Godiva was a gambler?
Yep. She put everything she had on a horse.
Johnny Haynes sings the season's new hit, Bésame.
Bésame mucho. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. The joy of something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me? It's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be through. Love me forever and make all my dreams come true. The joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me? With gratitude I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be Bésame mucho. Love me forever and make all my dreams come
Freddie Rich now in a special treatment of a swell samba hit from Latin America, Tico Tico.
peanut butter. Costello, where did your horse learn that dance step?
Oh, he's a hostess at the Hollywood Canteen.
Lou, not horses. You mean hostess. All right, Costello, come on. Here we are at the Hollywood racetrack. Now, we've got to see one of the officials and register your horse.
Why register him now? The election's over.
No.
He don't want to vote anyway.
You dummy. In order to enter your horse in the race, you've got to show his pedigree. For instance, who was your horse foaled by?
I think if I...
Who was your horse foaled by?
He wasn't fooled by anybody. He's a very smart horse, Abbott.
No, Costello.
My horse is no dummy.
No, you don't understand. You've got to tell them all about your horse, his age, his weight, and your horse's height. Do you know your horse's height?
Oh, sure, I know him very good. He's a very good friend of mine.
Who's a friend of yours?
Horse's height, the band leader.
I
know him very good because I run around with his brother, Gesundheit.
Cut out the nonsense. Come on, let's see if we can find a jockey to ride your horse. Well, it's our old friend, Jester.
Oh, my hello, Mr. Abbott, and you too, Mr. Cosmello. Ho, ho. My goodness, I haven't seen you in a long distance. I understand that you're looking for a jockey.
Now, just a minute, Kitzel. Are you trying to tell us that you know how to ride a horse?
Do I know how to ride a horse? I'm laughing.
I see that.
Why, for your information, I just got finished riding a horse across the whole country, from New York to Hollywood. I rode for days and days until the seat of my trousers were worn thin, and here I am.
You finally came through.
I finally came through. Could be.
Listen, Kitzel. Just don't ask me. That's my line. Yeah, please. Just a minute. Costello. Kitzel, Costello has just bought a horse, and he's looking for a good jockey.
Well, look no further because I'm just the man you're looking at. You know I lost only one race this year. And that was because my horse was scratched in the handicap.
Well, that's a very tender spot.
Anybody that gets scratched in the handicap...
No, Costello. The handicap is like a derby. Kitzel, did you ever ride in a derby?
No, I always wear a stocking cap. Look, Kitzel, you ain't going to ride my peanut butter. I'm going to get my kid brother Sebastian to ride him. Well, you're making a big mistake because I'll have you to know I won the Dixie handicap riding on that famous horse, Ocean Cracker. Ocean Cracker? Yeah, I never heard of him. He's the father of Seabiscuit. Oh, my goodness, I can see that you know very little about horses. Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you something, kid. So I hang out with all the famous cowboys. Last night I shot craps with Pink Rider.
Pink Rider?
Pink Rider.
Costello, I thought it was Red Rider.
It was, but I faded him. Gentlemen, I can see that you doubt my ability as an equestrian. Yes, I can see it. But I'm going to give you a sample of my fancy riding on my own horse. You see, that's him over there with the wooden saddle.
You ride a horse with a wooden saddle?
Oh, certainly. I like a wooden saddle. Watch me jump into it. Ow! Steven!
Hey, Costello, look. Here comes your little brother, Sebastian.
Hello, Louie. Hello, Uncle Bud.
Hello.
I'm all ready to ride Peanut Butter in the big race. I brought along a special saddle.
Do you call that a saddle?
Yeah.
That looks like one of your mother's old girdles.
It is. And if I see the horse is going to lose, I can let him out in the stretch.
All right. Costello, you go over and register your horse while I teach Sebastian how to ride.
You ain't going to teach me nothing. Sebastian, you listen to your Uncle Bud. I won't.
You will. I won't. You will. I won't.
I'm going crazy.
You will. I won't.
Well, that was a photo finish.
Oh, go on, Costello. I'll take care of it, Sebastian. You go ahead.
Okay, see you later.
All right, go ahead. Now, Sebastian, we're going to give the horse a workout. All right? Now, hold still, Peanut Butter. Atta boy. Now, Sebastian, put that harness over his head. That's it now. Now, give him a bit in the mouth.
Give him a what?
Give him a bit in the mouth.
Give him a bit in the mouth?
Yes.
What kind of English is that? You mean give him a bite in the mouth?
mind that. Now you've got the bridle on. What happens to the reins?
They go away when the sun comes out.
No, I mean the reins on the horse.
Oh, let it rain on the horse. What do you want me to do? Hold an umbrella over him?
Sebastian, why must you always be a smart aleck?
I don't know.
Your brother is depending on this horse race. He's depending on this horse to win it. And what are you doing? What are you doing? You stand here and ridicule this poor old horse. A horse that probably has a large family. He wants to win this race and go back to his green pastures, don't you think? And you won't help him. What's the matter with you?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know.
Uncle Bud, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know.
I guess I possess a cruel streak. I got a warped nature. I have no consideration for dumb animals. I should run the race and let the poor old horse sit in the saddle.
I'll say you should. But why do you continually persist in doing these things?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
While Abbott and Costello are riding their horse out to the Hollywood Park, let's all take a ride with Connie Haynes on a trolley car.
With my high starched collar and my high top shoes and my hair piled high from my head, I went to lose a jolly hour from the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Flop, flop, flop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. Hand as if it were planned. He stayed on with me, and it was grand just to dance with his hand holding mine to the end of the
Who told you that?
The track vegetarian.
And not vegetarian, you dope. That's veterinarian.
Veterinarian?
Yes.
That's what my grandfather is.
Your father is a horse doctor?
No, my grandfather. He's a veterinarian. A veterinarian in the Spanish-American War.
Oh, talk sense. What did the doctor say was wrong with your horse?
He said he was bugs. He said he had the crickets.
He didn't say crickets. Your horse has rickets.
Rickets? That's what my father drinks every night.
Your father drinks rickets?
Yeah, slow gin rickets.
Oh. Costello, quiet. Here comes the doctor now.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am Dr. Dezzaro, the racetrack veterinarian.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Doctor. Is it true that Costello's horse can't run this afternoon?
Well, I suppose he could run if he had the proper medical treatment. I'll tell you what you do, Costello. Run over to the drugstore and get a tube of salaries, a little capillaries, and a water vapor cinnamite to take the secret report. Then you buy a hypodermic needle and shoot the medicine in the left artery right above the crease. Between the capillaries, you bring all the frost. Don't buy any capsules because that'll be the seed. Then you push in the shoulder forceps right and put it right below the twan. I beg your pardon? I said you put it right below the twan. I could never do that to my horse. You got it, Costello. Now take your pencil and write this down. Okay. Dear druggist. Yeah. Please give Costello 1 tube of saturface with little drops of course and 1 bottle of capsaicin to hit the screen and a jar of fancy salt-breathed crocillipine, hopeless rivetin. Now, have you got that written down? I got it over one part. What part did you miss? The part that comes after Dear Druggist.
That's because you're not paying any attention, Costello.
Yes, I simply told you to get a little bit of a satin raw device that you could rub on the case. I could tell you to get some happy face for the hypnosis craze, but why should I pay what's all to me? Louis Vincent run market, and I know what I'm talking about. You and nobody else!
Costello, how dare you insult the doctor? I can't understand you.
You can't understand me! Listen to him! This is the most outrageous thing I've heard in all my life. I'm a graduate of the veterinary college at Francis Strong. You know what method is? When the 7 miles turn to the right, over the pass, there's a great big celebrate, and you water it up a step. I took medicine for 8 years. Yeah, but you forgot to take the spoon out of your mouth.
Costello, please.
Don't give me any of that.
Now, cut that out or the doctor won't treat your horse.
That's right, young man. Do you realize that your horse is suffering from a very severe case of twiddle salt and flint live? It could be worse. You might have Savaries of the morphin princes out with the river. You know that when he's in that condition, why, he's liable to walk out the track and pull a steering smell. He wouldn't dare. Anything but for the lieutenant here.
Never mind, Costello, doctor. Go ahead and get the horse ready for the race, please.
Very well. Where shall I send the bill? Now it's my turn. Bring your bill to room 509 at Baldy Farm, Stupid Club building at the corner of Gigolo. It's right near It's a big Shakespeare Street. Okay, I'll be there. Where? You said it. What did I say? Hey, Abbott, was that guy real or am I dreaming? I know it seems silly, but I'm pinching myself.
Young man, you're pinching me.
I'm not so silly after all.
Attention, everybody. The horses are at the post for the first race.
Come on, Costello. Your horse doesn't run till the last race. Let's make a few bets on the other races.
Racing forms, get your racing forms. How about a racing form, young man?
A what?
I have the racing form.
Well, keep your coat buttoned and nobody will notice it.
Costello, this woman is a bookie.
She's a bookie? Yeah. Oh, Abbott, let's get out of here before her husband comes. I'm afraid of him.
You're afraid of her husband?
Yeah, everybody's afraid of the bookie man.
No, quiet. Quiet, Costello. Let's make a bet.
Yes, how about placing a bet with me?
What race are you running in?
I'd have won the last race of my own. What do you mean?
All right, look, come here. Costello. Look, never mind, Hire. The first race is about to start. I'll take your bet.
You're going to take my bet?
I'll take your bet.
Okay, Abbott, I'll bet $2. Here's the money.
They're off. The race is over. You lose.
Wait a minute! What kind of a bet was that? They're off. The race is over. You lose. What kind of a race was that?
What's wrong?
A one-step? Come on, run that race over again. I want to see it.
Pipe down. Now, in the next race, I want you to double up.
Double up? I ain't even straightened up from the left.
I want you to bet $4.
You want me to bet $4?
Yeah.
$4 my eye.
My eye. That's a good horse. It's a bet. They're off. The race is over. You lose.
Will you wait a minute?
Stops walking. Accidents will happen. Maybe the horse got dust in his eye. You don't know. You know what dust is.
Yeah, dust is mud with the juice squeezed out.
Yeah. Right. Now, in the next race...
There ain't going to be no next race.
What? Listen, there's only 2 horses in the next race. Jelly Bean and Lollipop. You bet on each horse and you can't lose.
Well, maybe that's right.
Certainly it's right.
Jelly Bean and Lollipop.
2 horses.
I'm a sucker anyway.
Yeah.
2 horses.
Yeah.
I bet on each horse.
That's right.
I can't lose.
How can you lose?
Okay, here's $20 on Jelly Bean. Yeah. And here's $20 on Lollipop.
Good. The horses are at the post. Right. They're off. Look, Lollipop first, Jelly Bean second.
Come on, Jelly Pop.
You mean Lollipop.
I mean Jelly Pop. I'm betting on the two of them.
Wait a minute. They're rounding the turn. Lollipop first, Jelly Bean second.
Come on, somebody.
They're in the stretch. Lollipop first, Jelly Bean second. They're under the wire. And the winner, Hershey Bar.
Hershey Bar. Now, wait, that's the nuts.
Now, just a minute. In the last race...
That was my last race.
But wait a minute, Costello. There's only one horse in this last race.
Oh, one horse race.
Certainly.
You sound like one of them racetrack trouts.
Now.
Trout.
All right.
But I wouldn't make it out of bed if there was no horses in the race.
But, Costello, it's your own horse, Peanut Butter.
Peanut Butter?
Yeah, one horse.
Hey, Abbott, you mean my own little horse, Peanut Butter?
Yes.
That's different. I'm going to bet everything I got on
yes,
Peanut Butter. Here, Abbott.
What?
Put $10 on the nose.
$10 on the nose.
$10 on the tail.
$10 on the tail.
Here's another $10. Put it under the saddle.
What for?
In case he comes in sideways.
Look, you can't lose. It's a one-horse race.
One-horse race.
Look, they're off in a bunch.
Wait a minute! How can one horse be off in a bunch?
Hey, wait a minute. At the half, it's Peanut Butter.
Come on, Peanut Butter!
At the three-quarters, Peanut Butter.
Come on, Peanut Butter! Spread, Peanut Butter! Spread! Spread out, Peanut Butter!
In the stretch. And the winner, Peanut Butter.
Oh, hooray! I win! I hear a Peanut Butter win! Give me my money.
Just a minute, folks. It's a photo finish.
Photo finish! One horse in the race. How can it be a photo finish?
Lollipop just came in from the last race.
He must be one of Bing Crosby's horses. Look, Abbott! Look over there! No wonder I lost.
What's the matter?
Here comes my little brother Sebastian riding on Peanut Butter. What's the matter with that kid? Look at the way he's riding. He's riding underneath the horse.
Sebastian, you should have won that race. What was the idea of riding underneath the horse instead of on top of him?
Well, it was Dr. Nazzaro's order.
Dr. Nazzaro told you to ride under the horse?
Yeah. He said the horse was sick, and he told me to watch his stomach.
Oh, please.
Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life. Presented by DeSoto and the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
The time has come, it's very clear. The car you want is really here. It's delightful, it's lovely, it's DeSoto. You'll understand the reasons why. Once you drive it, you want to buy. It's delightful, it's lovely, it's DeSoto.
And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couplets. Is that right?
That's probably the French pronunciation.
Oh, well, what is it?
Couples.
Oh, couples. Here you are for one of our couples, yes. And if any of them say the secret word, the duck will come down and pay him $101. The word tonight is table. All right. How is it they didn't eat you for Christmas? Peter. George, who is first on the agenda?
Oh, Mrs.
Is
Pearl.
that right, agenda?
Agenda, yes.
What does that mean?
List.
I've got a little agenda from Gilbert and Sullivan, would you say that? Someday it may happen that a victim must be found. I've got a little agenda. That doesn't make sense.
No.
List.
A roster.
Oh, a roster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's, isn't that a male chicken, a roster? You know, Franz Liszt, when he was born, that's what his mother sang. I've got a little list, I've got a little list.
Listen, Mrs. Pearl Runyon and Mr. Charles Pierce are waiting to talk to you, Groucho. Folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word, and you each take home an extra $50.50. It's a common word, something you would normally find around the house. Now, let's see. Pearl Runyon and Charles Pierce, huh? Well, I'll start with you. Where are you from?
From the great state of Kentucky, Groucho. Born in Belfry,
Some moonshine is out front. What was that again? Give me that.
I was born in Belfry, Pike County, Kentucky.
Pike County, Kentucky, huh?
Yes, sir.
Are you married?
I'm single, Groucho.
You're single, Groucho, huh? Well, that's certainly a new state of matrimony. What sort of business are you in?
Well, I'm in politics.
Are you a Democrat or a Republican?
Oh, I'm a Democrat.
In that case, there they are, the same moonshine as applauding. How long have you been in Kentucky politics, Pearl?
Well, I have held office 22 years.
What are you doing in Hollywood, Pearl?
Well, one of the things, I have been asked to commission you, a Kentucky colonel, by Governor Lawrence Weatherby, Groucho.
Me, a colonel?
While visiting here in Hollywood, yes.
Isn't a colonel the inside of a nut? Why me? What have I done for Kentucky, other than staying out of the state?
Oh, well, you've given a lot of people a great deal of pleasure in Kentucky by your...
Well, what is your job in state politics?
Well, presently, I am state treasurer of Kentucky.
State treasurer? What are you doing this far west? Are you skipping to the South Seas? Well, forget those mad plans and fly with me to Alaska. We'll have a little love nest made of $10 bills.
Wonderful.
Your name is, let's see, Charles Pierce, huh?
Yes, sir.
Are you one of the Pierce brothers?
No, I'm not.
You're not. Do you know who the Pierce brothers are?
Yeah, they were the Undertakers.
Well, they still are, I imagine. That's not a dead issue yet, you know.
Not the same line of business. I correct people's health and make them look young.
I see.
Even to get old.
Oh, well, that's very... How old are you, Charlie?
89.
89? Why did you come to Hollywood, Charlie? Were you sick of fresh air?
No. I came here for my health.
You came for your health? What an optimist, huh? Obviously, you don't know much about California. How long have you been here?
55 years.
Well, that's a great tribute to our climate. You must have been living in an airtight job for the last 55 years. Charlie, you look sound as a dollar.
Yes, sir. I am. Feel fine.
Now, the time has come to stop talking and start making some money.
Yes.
We start you off with $100, and if you miss a question, you lose half of your bankroll. And we only want one answer between you on the answers. Now, you selected American history. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with? The little sums are easy questions, and the big sums are hard questions.
70.
$70. From what country did the United States originally obtain the Philippine Islands?
Spain.
Spain is right.
Now I have $170.
Now, what are you going to go for?
80.
$80. President Jefferson bought some land from Napoleon that eventually became Arkansas, Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, and parts of 9 other states. What was this important acquisition called?
Louisiana Purchase.
Louisiana Purchase is right.
You'll have $250.
What do you want to try now? Little one or a big one?
90.
90. In 1801, one of the Barbary states declared war on the United States for refusing to pay tribute to their pirates. What Barbary state was this? One answer now. What was the name of the Barbary state?
Spain?
No, it was Tripoli.
You lost half your $250. You now have $125.
All right, you're still in good shape.
100.
100? 50? Or 100? The first direct tax levied by England on her American colonies was a tax on newspapers, almanacs, pamphlets, and legal documents. What was this objectionable act called?
The Tea Act, the embargo on tea in the Massachusetts.
Give us an answer.
Tea was the...
No, I'm sorry, Charlie. You were flirting with her, but it was the Stamp Act.
You wind up with $62.50.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't win more. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
I'd like to introduce...
Just a minute, George. I want to talk about my new DeSoto. I just drove it down from the house, and I drove it to Palm Springs the other day. And it is just great. I've never had a car that I'm so crazy about. It's so big and roomy and comfortable, and it's got so many little wonderful things on it, too, in addition to the great power and the class of this car. You know, like a clock on the steering wheel, and it doesn't be wound, and it's not by electricity. As you turn the wheel, the clock automatically winds itself. And the seats go back and forth and up and down, and even little things like the windshield mirror. You know, sometimes you get a glare from the car in back of you, and this has a device on. You turn this, and it makes it dark, and you can see the lights, but there's no flash there at all. Oh, I just can't tell you how crazy I am about it. It's the greatest car I ever drove. And I would say this if I wasn't working for the DeSoto people.
You say it very often, you'll put me out of a job, too, you know.
I meant to ask you a question. How do you like your new car?
Well, everything you've said about it, I second. I think if I had to pick out any one feature of the car, I think the push-button driving is one of the greatest things that's ever been invented.
I want you to take my advice and go in and see the new DeSoto. If you see it, you'll buy it.
Groucho, we have a young married couple for you now. They're Mr. and Mrs. Horn. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and take home an extra $101. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mr. and Mrs. Victor Horn, eh? You say your name is Horn? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Very attractive couple, huh? I just wanted to do what Magellan did and go around the horn. Horn, eh? Victor, what kind of a name is Horn?
Well, it was originally Dutch. It was Van Horn.
Oh.
They cut off the Van.
I see. What is your first name? Louis Armstrong?
It's Lorraine Horn.
Lorraine, huh? Sweet Lorraine, is that you?
Well, I don't know.
That's a fairly marked accent, Lorraine. Are you from the South?
Yes, from Johannesburg, South Africa.
Johannesburg? Well, you see, I could tell you were from the South. Just happened to be South Africa, that's... Are you from Johannesburg, too?
Yes.
Are you from Dixie?
Johannesburg.
Oh. Could you tell us how you met this dish, Mr. Horn?
Yes. I was invited to a party through a mutual friend of ours, and that's where I met her, at the party.
Well, you went there without a girl?
Yes, I went there with the intention of picking up the dish, but...
What, were you a waiter?
No. I was a fireman at the time.
You're a fireman? You climbed in the window and met her?
No, I was invited.
Oh. What are you and Vic doing here in California?
We started out on an extended honeymoon.
On a honeymoon?
Mm-hmm. Well, the idea is there's about 3 men to every woman back home, so the only thing I could do was pack her up and take her out of the country.
You say that there are 3 men for each girl?
Approximately, yes.
You hear that, all you single girls out front? There's a boat leaves for South Africa in about 30 minutes. Well, would you say the percentage was the other way in this country?
Well, according to statistics we have read, it's about 3 women to every man.
In this country?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, some miser is holding out on my quota. You're nice people, and I think you'll be a big help to this country if you remained here in the United States. All right, well, let's play You Bet Your Life and see how much you can win.
In the race for the $1,000, the first couple won $62.50, and the secret word is table.
Did anybody explain the rules to you?
Yes, I think you.
Well, let's go, and all kidding aside, I hope you win a lot of money.
Thank you.
And if you must go back to South Africa, I hope you leave Larry here. You selected the dictionary quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Don't you think she's pretty?
I certainly do, yeah.
Well, look at her.
I've been looking at her up there.
You can admire her hair, too, you know. Would you be offended if Laurie kissed Mr. Fenneman?
Well, yes, I think I would.
Well, I just meant a kind of a brotherly brush on the cheek. I didn't mean a...
It's these brothers I took her away from back in South Africa.
Well, George, give me the dollar you promised me. Come on now.
Nobody will believe me now.
Don't say I didn't try, George.
You certainly have.
Boy, I never worked hard in my life for a dollar that I didn't get. Huh? All right, one answer between you on every question. Now, what do you want to start with? 10 to 100. You can have your choice. The little ones are easy. The large ones are difficult.
$70.
$70, huh? What is legerdemain? Talk it over.
Heard it.
Legerdemain. Legerdemain.
It sounds like something legal.
No, it's sleight of hand, magic. It's a very common word.
Well, you still have $50.
Now, what are you going to go for? 60, 80, 90,
60.
40? 60?
60, yeah.
What is another name for a merry-go-round?
Carousel?
That's right, carousel or whirly-gig.
You now have $110.
All right. What do you want to try now?
Okay, let's go.
How much? 80?
80, okay.
All right. What do you call the V-shaped tray or trough used to carry mortar or bricks?
Trestle, is it? Trowel.
V-shaped. Well, it's hod. H-O-D.
Oh,
Did you never hear of a hod carrier?
You now have $55.
Well, you still have another chance. What do you want to try?
I think we'll make it high 90.
90?
Yeah, okay.
All right. If a philatelist collects stamps, what does a numismatist collect? If you don't know, guess.
Well, it sounds like coins.
That is right, coins. Don't go any further.
And you wind up with $145.
I want you to certainly get as far as Burbank. Thanks, and Happy New Year from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. I'm sorry you lost this.
Now, Mrs. Verna White and Mr. Eugene Mariani are waiting to talk to you. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $101. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Verna White and Eugene Mariani, eh? Verna, I'll start with you. Where are you from?
Well, I was born in Chicago, the north side of Chicago.
That's those bootleggers again out there, huh? You were born in Chicago?
Uh-huh.
Why did you come to California, Verna? Did you fall for all that double talk from the Chamber of Commerce?
Well, I thought the weather'd be nice.
Well, that was one reason you were fooled. Are there any others?
Well, I thought the rooms would be large, and there would be a chance for us to manufacture our large king-size beds.
Now, just a moment. You think the rooms are larger here than they are in Chicago?
I think so.
Why? How did you arrive at that conclusion?
I think there's more space here.
Well, you mean in the home or in the street or where?
All over.
All over.
Uh-huh.
All over the street, huh? Well, what kind of beds do you make?
Well, we own White and Pebley Company. We're manufacturers of the large king-size beds.
You make a living making king-size beds?
All different
That's rather a
customers.
limited field, isn't it? How many kings are there left? Why don't you just try making ex-king-size beds? One bed big enough for Farouk would set you up for life.
We did make a bed for a king, for the Maharaja of Marvi. And it was 10 foot wide and 10 foot long.
How much did it cost him?
Over $5,000.
Well, that
It's a
isn't
beautiful
much
bed.
for a king, is it? $5,000 for a bed. If I paid that much for it, it would be a sheer waste of money. I'd never be able to sleep if I paid that much. You know, with a bed that size, I'd be exhausted just crawling to the edge to put my slippers on. What are some of the unusual beds you've constructed, Verna?
We've made beds with toasters in them and Wi-Fi's and TVs built in. We made a piano-shaped bed for Liberace.
Liberace? Who's Liberace?
He plays the piano. He's a marvelous artist.
Plays piano in bed? I don't understand this. Where does he play this piano?
I don't know. All over, everywhere.
All over the bed he plays a piano? Well, Verna, you crawl into one of your creations and take a nap while I get acquainted with your partner here, huh? Moby Dick here, huh? Your name is Eugenie Mariani?
Yes, sir, Groucho.
That's a pretty fancy moniker you've got there, isn't it, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, Groucho, I usually go under the name of Gypsy Jean, is what I'm referred to.
Gypsy Jean?
Yes, sir.
You sound more like Pinky Lee. What kind of a job have you got, Gene?
Oh, right now I'm just working parking lot attendant and an entertainer.
Parking lot attendant and entertainer, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of a peculiar combination, isn't it? Well, what do you do? Do you entertain in parking lots?
No, right now I am the mayor of Muscle Beach.
Well, you must spend a lot of time sleeping if you're a mayor, aren't you?
Yes,
would you be interested in a private king-size bed?
Yes, gotcha. Well, I have the whole beach, and I have the stars above to sleep in.
You have the stars above, huh?
Yeah, to look at.
That may be true, but her beds over here have TV sets, hi-fi, coffee makers, and toasters. What has your bed got?
Grunion's gotcha.
I can't argue with that, Gene. It's one thing I've always wanted to do, go grunion hunting in bed. Well, getting back to your job as mayor, Gene, just what are your duties?
Well, as my duties, Groucho, I usually entertain the tourists, especially the girls. And I play a uke, and I just composed a song. It's called Gypsy Jean from the Gypsy Jean theme. So would you like to hear it, Groucho?
Frankly, I'm not crazy about it. Doesn't this require some musical instrument?
Yes, Groucho, I just have a ukulele right over here. Would you like me?
You brought it down here?
I usually carry it with me, sir.
You carry it at the parking lot, too?
Right in the parking lot. I even entertain my customers in
Well, what do you sing? Parking is a sweet sorrow? Huh?
No, I just sing my song, Gypsy Jean.
Oh.
Would you
George, Mr. Fennerman, would you tote Mr. Mariani's instrument out here?
Okay, thank you, sir.
George, you did that mighty nice.
Thank you.
I want to congratulate you. Make it short, Gene.
Yeah, okay, taxpayers.
Oh, this dialogue goes with this,
Visit the gypsy, so happy, contented they seem, especially the king of the gypsy. His name is Gypsy Jean. The birds wake him up in the morning. The haystack is best at night. The crickets make his music. Beneath the twinkling stars so bright. The mountains...
Gene, that was mighty good, and I predict that song will sweep the country.
Thank you, sir.
And believe me, this country could use a good sweeping. Well, we're going to play You Bet Your Life. You both know how to play this game?
Yes, sir.
In the race for the $1,000, the second couple is leading with $145.
The little questions are easy, and the big questions are hard. Now, you selected the musical category. These are all top tunes of the last 20 years. Remember, the more the questions worth, the harder it is. Now, you can start with 10, 20, all the way up to 100. What are you going to start with?
100.
100. All right, Burke and Van Heusen composed this song in 1940. Give me the title of it. Okay, Jack.
Sorry, Groucho. I don't think I know that one.
Well, I don't know it either, but it's imagination. Well, that's a difficult question, but that's a lot of money.
I know.
Well, you still have $50.
Okay, sir.
All right. Now, what do you want to try this time? 90? 80?
80.
Easy? Easy ones?
Okay, 90.
95. In 1939, Hoagie Carmichael turned out this ballad. Let's see if you can identify it.
Sorry, Groucho. It's my fault. No.
Well, I'm sorry, but this isn't too hard. I get along without you very well.
You now have $25.
25.
What are you going to go for? 80?
What do you want to say?
Go on, you're dead anyhow. You might just want to go for 80.
All right, 80.
All right, this song was popular in the early part of 55. Now, this is real current. Now, you ought to know this.
No.
Give me the title of it.
I should know.
One of you. to get him a song of 1956.
I'm sorry, Groucho.
Well, it's sincerely.
Sincerely.
You now have $12.50.
Well, let it go.
Well, I just will go to 70, I guess. Huh?
Okay.
Bob Wills wrote this Western song that was popular a few years ago.
I know it's Groucho. No.
No, I'm sorry. It's San Antonio Road.
You wind up with $6.25.
Eugene, I'm going to give you one question. You get it right, and we bring your winnings up to $25. Are you ready? What color was the old gray mare?
Green.
Green is right. Get the money. Thanks, and a Happy New Year to the Soda Plymouth dealers. I'm sorry you didn't win that.
And that means that Mr. and Mrs. Horn with $145 in just 1 minute get the chance at the $1,000 question.
George Fenneman, something just occurred to me. I've heard everyone else sing the song about the new DeSoto, but I've never heard you sing it. How come?
I can't sing.
George, any 9-year-old child can sing a great song like this one. In fact, I happen to have a 9-year-old child who goes around the house all the time singing it. Melinda. Are you ready? Well, then, let's go. The time has come. It's very clear. The car you wanted is really here.
It's the light, it's the light, it's the starlight.
You'll understand the reasons why. For once you drive it, you'll want to buy.
It's the light, it's the light, it's the starlight. You can tell at a glance that this last car is fine advanced.
You can hear that great big engine murmuring low.
When it goes.
So make sure you see and drive the new DeSoto. Why, man alive.
It's the light,
it's the lovely.
it's the merriest.
It's delectable.
It's the latest.
It's the limit.
It's the last.
It's the
Well, Groucho, maybe I can't sing about the new DeSoto, but I can remind you that DeSoto sales are the greatest in history. And because of that, your DeSoto dealer can offer you a wonderful deal right now. Drive a DeSoto. Price a DeSoto before you decide on any other car. And now, Groucho, here's the winning couple. Mr. and Mrs. Horn, all set for the $1,000 question. Right out here, please.
Well, here they are, back from Africa. Here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. For almost 600 years, the Turks ruled a vast empire that was broken up at the end of the First World War. For $1,000, what was this Turkish empire called? Over. If you don't know, guess.
Tunisia?
No, it's the Ottoman Empire. I'm sorry, so that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, they lost the big money. How much they win the quiz?
$145 in the quiz.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't win more. Congratulations and Happy New Year to all of our contestants on the show tonight. Friends, go in and see a DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow. And when you do, tell them Groucho sent you.
Be sure to tune in again next week, same time, same station, for Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life. Don't miss Chrysler Corporation's big television show on another network. And don't forget to listen to Groucho on radio every Wednesday. Brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. is George Fenneman signing off with a reminder from the National Safety Council. Watch for ice patches on seemingly dry pavement, especially around curves, beyond hill crests, on bridges, and in shaded spots.
Well, sir, it's a few minutes past 7:30 o'clock as we join our friends at the small house halfway up in the next block now. And we find all three of them in the living room, comfortably settled for a quiet evening at home. Vic is seated at the library table playing solitaire. Young Rush lounges on the davenport doing absolutely nothing. And Sade, in her husband's easy chair, glances listlessly through the newspaper. She lays it aside now, observing,
Willie, I was talking to Miss Call this afternoon, and she said Mr. Chinbunny got bawled out for letting him print his picture in the newspaper week before last, or whenever it was.
Yeah, I heard that.
Severely criticized by the Board of Education.
Uh-huh. They give him the dickens. Told him it was a very undignified thing for the principal of a high school to engage in cheap and frivolous newspaper stunts.
I thought it was kind of halfway cute.
Board of Education's a pretty strict outfit.
Must be.
Fired a teacher just last month for wearing too much jewelry.
And Miss Call mentioned that, too.
Hmm.
Mentioned several little gossips. I was astonished. I always think of school as a place where children sit and study and recite their lessons and everything's peaceful and quiet as a horse. According to Miss Call, lots of different interesting stuff goes on.
High school, Ma'am, is a hotbed of politics. Wheels within wheels. Crossed wires. High school is a seething river of human emotions.
Holy smoke, who's talking? Is there somebody in the room running for Congress, Sadie?
Sure sounds like it.
Repeat that speech, Walnut Stain. I want to paste it in my hat.
I was quoting from a composition Leland Richards wrote.
Leland must be one of the great minds of the present era.
He got that junk out of a book.
How's it go again?
High school is a hotbed of politics. Wheels within wheels. Crossed wires. High school is a seething river of human emotions.
Yibbity bibbity sibbity say.
You hear what we were talking about?
With one ear, maybe.
I was telling Willie I had a chat with Miss Call this afternoon, and she said Mr. Chinbunny got put on the carpet on account of that picture the newspaper printed.
Boy, the education guys consider it a trifle too bizarre.
Considered it undignified. According to Miss Call, there's lots of kind of halfway exciting stuff goes on up at high school. Told several little gossips.
It's a seething river of human emotions.
Chivy, chavy, English Navy. My feet are large, my hair is wavy.
There's no fooling. High school is a hotbed of politics. Wheels within wheels. Crossed wires. A seething river of human emotions.
You never tell us any of the little gossips, Willie.
Sure I do. Trouble with you people is you never listen to a guy.
How do you mean?
I come home here and start to tell something exciting that happens up at school, and nobody pays me a nickel's worth of attention.
I guess that is true sometimes.
True all the time.
Oh, hey, now, listen.
How about my story where Smelly Clark's Uncle Strap escorted his lady friend to Peoria for purposes of enjoying fish dinner?
Well, how about it?
I've started to tell that story to you and Gov 19,000 different times. Did I ever get the opportunity to finish it? No, I never.
Smelly Clark's uncle and his lady friend eating fish got nothing to do with school.
Same idea, though. Why, tonight at the supper table I tried to relate an anecdote about school.
What was that?
Elwyn Stovely and the butter patties.
Oh, I expect I was busy.
You were sitting there eating.
Was I?
Sure. I told you that entire anecdote, and I'll bet $40 you and Gov neither one heard a single doggone word.
I have a vague recollection of it, Matchbox.
Yeah, vague recollection.
But, Sonny, you talk so much. When you're home here, you're talking constantly. It's impossible for a person to keep track of everything you say.
Uh-huh.
What about Edgar, what's his name, Ramrod?
Yeah. I just about get my mouth open and say 4 words, and you and Mom would strike up a conversation on some other topic.
I assure you, chum, that won't be the case on this occasion.
You have to remember you're still a little boy. Fathers and mothers have to interrupt once in a while.
Uh-huh.
I expect you do get cut off short in your talky talk sometimes, but goodness, 14-year-old kids ain't grown-up men.
Tell us about Edwin Mosley.
Elwyn Stovely.
I want to know about Evelyn Stovely and sausage patties.
Butter patties.
Exactly.
Is this little high school gossip's rush?
Yeah.
Well, tell.
Elwyn Stovely's a senior.
Uh-huh.
Yesterday noon he ate his dinner at the high school cafeteria. He was standing at the desk having his tray checked, and the cashier noticed a butter patty peeking out of his mashed potatoes. She grabbed a fork and dug down in the mashed potatoes and found 3 other butter patties.
He was stealing them?
Well, that's kind of a harsh word, Ma. Stealing is what it amounted to, I guess, though.
What's the price on butter patties?
Penny apiece.
Fred Stenbottom does that with olives when he eats in cafeterias.
Does he?
Every time. Embarrasses Ruthie to death. She's so scared he'll get caught at it. If he'd only hide 1 or 2 olives in his mashed potatoes. But he crams them in so thick there's only a little film of mashed potatoes to cover them all, and the darn mashed potatoes look like bright green mashed potatoes. The lady where you pay your check gives him the funniest looks. Ruthie fights shy of eating in the cafeteria anymore just on account of that. He's a corker, that Fred.
See, man, I never got any more opportunity to tell my story than a rabbit.
Oh, I thought you were through with your story.
It's okay.
No, I did. I thought you'd finished. Well, go ahead. Did they punish the boy for taking butter patties?
The boy made restitution.
Paid for the butter patties?
He paid for 175 butter patties.
Really?
He estimated that during his high school career, he'd hidden 175 butter patties in his mashed potatoes while taking meals at the cafeteria. He handed over $1.06 and cried a little and said he was happy his conscience was clear and stated he was going to turn over a new leaf and never perpetrated another dishonest act as long as he lived.
Well.
Things as dramatic as that take place up at school every day of the year.
Yeah, guess they do, from what Miss Call was saying.
High school is a hotbed of politics. Wheels within wheels. Crossed wires. High school is a seething river of human emotions.
Tell your father about the teacher that got discharged for wearing too much jewelry.
Miss Adams. Taught commercial geography. Used to come to class wearing 6 rings, 3 bracelets, and a necklace. Board of Education warned her it wasn't dignified. On the heels of the warning, she showed up with 8 rings, 4 bracelets, and 2 necklaces. Fired.
A capsule of fiery, undiluted drama.
The way Miss Call told it to me, the teacher didn't care if she got fired or not. Planned on getting married anyway.
Indulged in a wedding the day after she got canned. Husband is T.J. Unkers here in town. They reside 719 North Willoughby Street.
And there was some other little gossip about, is there a manual training teacher named Mr.
Gutcher.
Yeah.
His wife beats him.
Yeah. What's that little gossip?
Mr. Gutcher shows up at school every couple of days with a black eye or a bump on his head. Mrs. Gutcher beats him with a vacuum sweeper.
Imagine that, Vic. How do you kids find out all this stuff?
It gets talked around. No, Mom, you take several hundred people in one building, and there's bound to be wheels within wheels. Bound to be crossed wires.
Uh-huh.
No getting away from it. High school is a seething river of human emotions.
You said that.
Last week, Mr. Chinbunny's secretary broke off a front tooth, slipping on ice and falling on her face. They had a small fire in the physics laboratory one afternoon. Somebody put a notice on the bulletin board that said Mr. Ehlers, the chief janitor, was a horse thief. Bluetooth Johnson knocked himself silly, hitting his head on the bottom of the swimming pool. Not a day goes past but something exciting happens. Nope, there's no getting away from it. High school is a seething river of human emotions.
I used to be a seething river of human emotions myself. It was in the year 1886, and I was an acrobat in the circus. Quite a little story in that connection. I'll tell you people the story.
Miss Call say anything about Mr. Royce and Miss Willers, ma'am?
No. Who are they?
Mr. Royce teaches music, and Miss Willers works in the principal's office. They're engaged to be married.
Really?
It's a secret. Nobody's supposed to know about it.
Well, how come you know about it?
Stuff gets talked around.
The whole student body knows it then, huh?
Oh, sure.
Well, I was astonished. I always thought of school as being a place where
the whole
children...
student body knows Mr. Chinbunny shaves the top of his head so he'll have a bald spot and look older. The whole student body knows the basketball coach, Mr. Volk, puts on cowboy clothes and plays the guitar after supper at home every evening. The whole student body knows the Board of Education is going to change the grading system next semester. High school is a hotbed of politics in Junkman.
Must be.
The halls buzz with secret information. I know secrets about Mr. Freezy, the building engineer. I know secrets about Smelly Clark. I know secrets about Annabelle Hemstreet, Mildred Tisdale, Eunice Raypole, Brutus Johnson, Leland Richards, Rooster Davis, Milton Wells.
You're going to name off your whole circle of acquaintances?
Just giving you people a general idea.
Mm-hmm.
Just giving you people a general idea of the labyrinthine complexities of life at high school.
Holy smokes, eh? Labyrinthine complexities.
That's some more junk from Leland Richards' composition.
Hey.
I guess school ain't a place where children sit around and recite their lessons peaceful and quiet.
No. Wheels within wheels. Crossed wires. A seething river of human emotions.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
It's Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants. Mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By the makers of Anacin, for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And now, here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, with Bert Gordon as the Mad Russian, Hazel Sherman as Miss Duffy, our guest, Bobby Capot, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Duffy's Tavern, where you'll eat meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Nice day today, huh? What's nice about it? Oh, I forgot. It's your wedding anniversary. What kind of an anniversary present did you give the obese beast? Huh? You took it to El Morocco last night? Oh, that's nice. Did you go formal? Semi-formal. You couldn't find the pants to the tuxedo. Oh. Well, how was the crowd? A wealthy heiress from South America spent $1,000? Why can't we get customers that'll spend that kind of dough? Well, look, Duffy, it takes brains to make $1,000, and if a guy has enough brains to make it, he's got too much brains to come into a joint like this. Well, okay, I'll call you back. Hey, did you hear that, Miss Duffy? A dame's spending $1,000 in a nightclub. Do you realize what you can buy for $1,000 today?
Sure. $300 worth of groceries.
For $1,000? How can that El Morocco charge that much for food?
Archie, you're not just paying for the food, you're also paying for the service.
For $1,000, what is the way to do? Take out your appendix?
Not according to Walter Winchell's column.
What do you mean?
Look here. It says here, biggest spender of the week is the South American gold mine heiress, Senorita Carmen Cabana. The glamorous Senorita has dropped over $10,000 in Broadway hotspots.
Holy cat, 10,000 grand.
Yeah, the Cabana millions were originally made in Bolivia when the Senorita struck a mother lode.
Dame sounds like a real crumb. Striking a mother when she was loaded. No, maybe it'd be better if we kept her out of here, Miss Duffy. I hate to touch money like that. It's evil-gotten gain.
It says Senorita Cabana is stopping at the plaza.
On second thought, maybe we ought to take some of that wayward money and give it a good home. Excuse me a minute. Hello, Hotel Plaza? Do you have a cabana there? It's rented out. No, look, I'm referring to a wealthy senorita. Uh-huh. What room is she in? The 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, huh?
Well, kindly attach me to her. Hello? Senorita Cabana, please. She's what? She's taking a siesta? Well, dry her off and put her on the phone. Hello, Senorita Cabana? This is Archie, a friendly stranger. Yes, I'm the maestro at the mucho famous Casa del Duffy. Yeah, and I would like you to try mucho gusto fudo. Yeah, we also have a mucho gusto prosciutto. Huh? Where are we located? Well, we're in the Spanish section. Lost 3rd Avenue and El Bowery. You'll come over tonight, huh? Okay. Ole. Well, she's coming over. Now, let's see. What would put her in a spending mood? Miss Duffy, what do you think would appeal to a Latin senorita?
A Latin senor.
That's an idea. Yeah, now, where could we find a gigolo, you know? A romantic, dashing Latin type.
How do you do?
Wait a minute, Russian. You're the Spanish type?
In Spain, I am known as a very famous Don.
Don what?
Don't ask me. But if you should ask me, I am better known as the famous bullfighter El Sticadoro.
You were a bullfighter?
Most dubiously.
That's pretty hard for me to believe.
It's not easy for me either. But shall we force ourselves?
Why not? I got nothing to lose but me sanity.
I will never forget. There we were standing in the middle of the ring.
Who?
Me and the bull. We were facing each other. What a horrible sight. Those long, crooked teeth, red, bloodshot eyes, those big black nostrils. And the bull was ugly, too, you know.
Got me all agog. Now, tell me, what happened?
To show my utter contempt, I am turning my back and leaning over to tie my shoelace. The bull starts towards me. Suddenly, high up in the stands, I recognize an old familiar face.
Really? Who was it?
It is me.
Now, come on, Russian. Leave us get back in the ring.
Don't push me. And now the bull waves the red cape in front of me.
Wait a minute. Ain't the cape in your hand?
Yes, but my hand is in the bull's mouth.
Well, what happened next?
The bull jumped towards me.
He lunged.
Lunged? He looked like he didn't have breakfast. He was ferocious.
Well, tell me, was you frightened?
Not for long. About 2 years.
Well, what happened after that?
The bull charged. Time to pull out my sword. The bull snorted. Time to pick up my bugle.
Why did you pick up your bugle?
Time to blow.
Russian, with only a bugle in your hand, it's a wonder you wasn't killed.
Impossible. You see, to fool the bull, I was dressed as a cow. And when the bull came close to me, I whispered, moo. Moo. So we've been going steady for the last 6 years.
Now, Russian, this is all ridiculous. How are you going to get out of that lie?
Very simple. I'll change the subject.
Okay, leave us talk about me getting a Latin lover down here to help Senorita Cabana spend her money.
Say, Archie, how about Bobby Capot?
Bobby Cahoo?
Bobby Capot. He's that new Latin American movie star. He's in New York now. He's a singer, you know, sort of a Latin Frank Sinatra.
Well, look, if the dame is going to spend $1,000, maybe we should get somebody with a little bigger appetite. But leave us look them over anyhow, huh?
But where are you going to find them?
Are you kidding? With my motion picture contacts, I'll have them down here in 5 minutes. Hello? United Artists, distributors of the new picture, The Man with My Face. This is Archie, the producer of the picture. Hello? Professional jealousy. Try him again. Hello? United Artists? Let me talk to LB.
Who's LB?
Who knows? There's one in every studio. Hello, LB? Listen, I want you to locate Bobby Capot at the Calderon studio and send him down to Duffy's Tavern right away. I should drop dead. Listen, LB, do you know who this is you're talking to? This is RG. You'll send him over right away, huh? Okay, LB. Hey, this RG must be an important guy. I must look him up sometime. Well, Miss Duffy, we're all set.
How do you mean?
Well, with the price I'm going to charge this senorita and a guy like Bobby Capot to help her spend it, she's going to go back to South America with less dough than an honest basketball player.
While Archie is giving his Latin touch to the tavern, let's listen to a couple of smart cucarachas from Hollywood and Vine.
Bob, do you realize we only have one thing in common?
Hardly enough for a happy marriage, is it? What's that, Bing?
Chesterfields, of course. We both like them, we both sell them.
And we'd better get to selling them now. You know, folks, better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
How do you know they're mild? Well, you just make our mildness test. You buy them, open them up, and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke a Chesterfield. You'll know it's milder because it smokes milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel. So, always buy Chesterfield.
Let's sum it up musically.
Buy Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
Oh, ho, open the pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you smoke 'em.
Well, look over the place, Miss Duffy. I think I've South Americaned it up quite a bit. Tell me, does the joint look Latin to you?
As Latin as Patty's pig.
Thank you. Maybe I'd better Spanish it up some more. Well, let's see. Instead of them pig's feet, we can serve cucarachas under glass. And we could give the moose head a close shave so it'll look like a Mexican hairless. And we'll change that sign on that door there to hombres, better yet, caballos. Yeah, that ought to do it.
Sorry, but the word is caballeros.
Look, Bud, who are you trying to teach me Spanish?
I am Bobby Capot.
Oh. Welcome to Duffy, Senorita Capot. May I bid usted buenas noches to our holy hacienda?
Oh, muchas gracias, señor Archie.
I love that Spanish talk. Tell me, muchacho, Plaza la Hata, la Gacha la Master?
Plaza la Hota, la Gusta la Moza?
This guy's as phony as I am. Look, kid, you ain't kidding me. That language you're talking, that ain't Spanish.
That makes us even.
What do you mean?
What you are talking, it ain't English.
Just a minute. Are you trying to tell me I ain't a linguist?
Stop beating your gums.
Stop beating my gums. Just a minute. This is a Latin from Manhattan. Tell me, who taught you this English? Leo DeRocha?
Nah, DeRocha talks lousy.
DeRocha talks... Holy cat, I dig up a guy to entertain a South American senorita, and what do I get? Maxie Rosenblum and a sombrero.
Look, Bobby, can't you sort of forget this Brooklyn brogue of yours for just tonight?
Look, Bud, no cracks about Brooklyn, see?
What do you mean, no cracks about Brooklyn?
I happen to be a Dodger fan.
Hey, Ham.
You better start dodging now. Here comes Miss Duffy.
Archie, how about introducing me?
Okay, Miss Duffy, this is Bobby Capot. Bobby, Miss Duffy. Capot, kaput.
Well, how do you do, Signo Capot?
Señorita, mucho gusto de conocerle. Usted es muy graciosa, muy amable, muy agradable.
Likewise, I'm sure. So you're in pictures.
That's right.
Can you act?
I think so.
Can you dance?
Yes.
Can you sing?
Yes.
Have you ever been investigated?
No.
What a lousy actor.
Duffy, you happen to be talking to a very prominent Spanish movie star.
So what's so much about that? Who couldn't be a star in the Spanish movies?
You couldn't.
And why not?
With a figure the size of yours, there wouldn't be room enough left for the subtitles.
Oh, yeah? Well, it may interest you to know that I have exactly the same measurements as Carmen Miranda.
You have the same measurements as Carmen Miranda?
I certainly have. I read in a movie magazine what she measures around the chest, the waist, the legs, and the hips. And I have the same measurements.
Mm-hmm. But in what order? Now, please scram, Miss Duffy.
Archie, what's wrong with her?
Oh, nothing that Freud couldn't explain in a footnote. Now, look, Bobby, you see, there's a rich South American dame coming down here tonight, and we're trying to run up a big check on her, see? So I'm counting on you to use some of that South American sex appeal on her.
Okay, chum. Gotcha.
Good. Then there's another thing, the way you talk. That, that taxicab Castilian. Please, Bobby, try to forget that Brooklyn for tonight, will you? And stick to Spanish.
Okay. How is this? Muchachos, vamos a batear duro que tenemos que ganar el campeonato este año.
Well, that's great, Bobby. By the way, what does it mean?
Get in there and fight, you bums.
Get in there and fight, you bum. Oh, no.
The next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, take Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. The next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Get Anacin at any drug counter.
Now, look, Bobby. When Senorita Cabana gets here, I want you to forget that you ever heard of Brooklyn, see?
Okay, pal.
Huh?
I mean, sí, señor.
That's better.
Say, Archie, I think that must be the senorita coming in.
Well, there's one way to find out. I'll turn on me Spanish. Senor Cabana, adios, muchacho. Hasta la vista. Tico.
I do not understand.
I hope we ain't got another Brooklyn bum on our hands.
Señor, permit me. I am Señorita Carmen Rosita Lolita María Dolores Chiquita López y Cabaña.
Very happy to meet the family.
Thank you. And you?
Me? I'm Archie. A peon. Let me look you over. Senorita, I read that you had Besame, but I didn't know you had so much mucho.
I don't understand.
Well, what I mean is that dress you're wearing.
What about it?
Shouldn't wear it so tight. It's bad for the blood pressure.
Whose?
Mine. But leave us cut out this small talk. I don't want to let sentiment stand in the way of me greed. Tell me, senorita, how much quanta cost your bill at the El Morocco last mañana?
$1,100.
I think we can meet the price. Senorita, how about ordering a couple of cases of champagne or a barrel of caviar?
No, senor. I do not spend one single peso until I see your South American floor show.
What South American floor show?
The one you told me about on the telephone.
Oh, that. I would. I'll bring me big, loud boca. Okay, senorita, the floor show's about to begin. Maestro, el fanfare, por favor. Dankeschön. Buenas noches, senores and señoras. Welcome to Casa del Duffy. A funny thing she happened to me on the way to the Pampas tonight. I met a couple of senoritas, Polly and Molly. Polly, she don't like me, but Molly, she liked me. So, I am cold to Polly, but hot to Molly. You get it, senor? Hot tamale. Laid an egg, huh?
A whole Spanish omelet.
And now, to please Senorita Cabana, a wealthy visitor from hands across the border, I would like usted to meet Arstead, the Latin Sophie Tucker, Bobby Capone.
Te ha dado la gracia del cielo, María Dolores, y en tus ojos en vez de mirar hay rayos de sol. Déjame que te cante, morena de mis amores, un bolero que ensalce tu garbo que es tan español. Olé, olé, te mueves mejor que las olas y llevas la gracia del cielo, la sal en tu pelo, mujer española. Olé, olé, tus ojos son tan pintureros que cuando los miro de cerca, perdido en su embrujo, soy tu prisionero. Olé, olé, envidia te tienen las flores que lleva su esencia en tu entraña del aire de España, María Dolores. Olé, olé, por linda y graciosa te quiero, y en vez de decirte un piropo, María Dolores, te canto un bolero. Olé, olé, she moves like a breeze through the willow, her smile sets the stars in collision, the moon is her pillow, María Dolores. Olé, olé, my dreams is just one of those stories, but rather than call it mañana, let's sing my Dolores, a bolero de España. Olé,
wonderful, Bobby.
Bravo, bravissimo, magnifico. Archie, I would like to meet this talented senor.
I thought the song would do it. Senorita Cabana, I would like you to meet Bobby Capot, Lanceman.
Señor, es un gran placer.
Hiya, babe.
Kid, please. Look, Senorita, now that you've met everybody, how about selling you a couple of cases of champagne, huh?
Later. Senor Capot, you sing beautifully. So much better than those stupid Americanos.
Stupid Americanos? Look, sister, how you like to have a punch in your nose?
Bobby, remember, the champagne customer is always right. Look, Senorita, could we serve you a nice $200 blue plate or maybe a nice $50 hot dog?
Hot dog? Who eats hot dogs but crazy Americanos?
Now, look, you DC dame.
Bobby, no, the Senorita's correct. In fact, I myself would no more think of eating a hot dog than I would to slap Eva Perón over the head with a wet transit. I agree with you, Senorita. Hot dogs is terrible.
Of course. They're only for people who go to the baseball games. Morons.
For $1,000, I gotta let her get away with it. You don't like baseball, eh, Senorita?
Baseball. Stupid American custom. And the most stupid of all are those, how you call them? Those Brooklyn bonds.
That did it.
Bobby, stop! Put down that pop bottle. You can't slug a South American dame. It's against Truman's .4 policy.
I have been insulted on your own phony face. I go. Adios.
Wait a minute. Senorita, before you go, how about that case of champagne? Senorita! Look, Bobby, Capot, come here. You know what you've done? You just cost Duffy's Tavern 1,000 pesetas.
But she took a crack at the Dodgers.
So what?
Well, why couldn't she pick on some other team? Like the Giants?
Just a minute. What about the Giants?
They stink.
They stink. Says who?
Says me.
And your brother sings soprano.
Ah, your father talks to cops.
And your mother, gee, you wears army shoes. You jerk. Drop the charge from me. Well, folks, tonight we close the tavern for the summer, but we'll be looking for you again in the fall. And before we say adios muchos, or whatever it is they say in radio circles, I would like to thank some of the gang that worked behind the scenes in the tavern. Our producer, Jack Cleary, and my writers, Larry Ryan and Al Johansson, the engineer, Dud Conley, and Mrs. Ed Gardner, who starts the applause. And, of course, me old alma mater, Harvard University, without which this whole diction of mine would have been impossible. Good night, everybody. Hasta la vista till next fall. Good night.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. It's good company anywhere. Yes, anywhere, anytime. There's fun at your fingertips with an RCA Victor portable radio. At home or away from home. On your bedside table or at the beach. It's great to own the pick of the portables at RCA Victor. You'll enjoy that extra range. You'll rave about the tone, thanks to RCA Victor's exclusive Golden Throat tone system. Yet, your RCA Victor portable boasts a compactness and lightness you never dreamed possible. Most important of all, you get the strongest reception ever achieved on battery operation, because RCA radio batteries are tube-rated and radio-engineered for long, strong listening life. Yes, on every count, an RCA Victor portable radio is good company anywhere. Take your pick of the beautifully styled models at your RCA Victor dealers everywhere. You've been listening to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants. Mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
For a beautiful smile, the life of Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, and the life of Riley. Well, it's the lunch hour at the California Aircraft Plant, where Chester A. Riley is a riveter. Riley usually lunches with his friend, co-worker, and rival, Jim Gillis. And both men are unusually proud of their respective sons. But apparently Gillis doesn't think much of Riley's son, Junior.
You know, it's none of my business, Riley, but my boy Egbert says that the teacher makes your Junior stand in the corner so often his head is taken on the shape of a triangle.
You don't really mean that, Gillis. You're just being jealous because my Junior is a genius.
You'll give me a big pain, Riley. Always bragging about that kid of yours. Just what did your Junior ever do?
I'm very glad you asked that, Gillis. I'll answer that question with facts. What did your Egbert ever do?
Okay, Riley, you opened your mouth. Now I'll stick my foot in it. Here, take a look at this newspaper that the junior high school gets out. It's got my Egbert's picture splashed across the front page. You see?
Yeah. Gruesome, ain't it?
My boy ain't gruesome. He's the image of me.
That's what I mean.
And underneath my Egbert's picture, there's a caption. Guess what that says?
Don't let this happen to your boy.
Very humoresque. I'll read it to you. Egbert Gillis, one of the featured players in the John J. Boskowitz Junior High School's forthcoming play, A Man of Honor.
So what?
I don't see your brilliant Junior in no play.
Well, that's because I wouldn't let him. First thing you know, he'll grow up to be an actor, and then the movies will sign him, and he'll spend all day kissing Ingrid Bergman and Lana Turner. What kind of work is that for a man?
Well, you don't get the point. Dramatics is culture. It's a father's duty to give his boy culture.
Yeah, well, don't you worry. My Junior is crawling with culture. Ain't I always buying them books? You know that Dr. Eliot's 5-foot bookshelf?
Yeah?
Already I got him a foot and a half.
Let's face it, Riley. You're jerking your duty as a father. But with a kid like Junior, it's excusable.
Why, what's the matter with my Junior?
Oh, he's a nice kid. Only, no personality. Your Junior is what they call an ordinary fiasco.
Yeah. Well, I bet you if my Junior wanted, he could be in that play, too. My boy ain't no ordinary fiasco. I'll prove to you he's a bigger fiasco than your boy.
Pop. No acting for me. I'm too busy with basketball.
Basketball. Junior, what good is that going to do you? When you're grown up and you go to a formal party and you want to make an impression, what are you going to do? Blow up your basketball and take long shots at the chandelier?
Oh, gee, Pop. Why are you making all this fuss about a stupid play?
Now, Junior, plays aren't stupid. I'm sure your father has your interest at heart.
Well, of course I have. Believe me, I wish my father had tried to knock a little culture through my thick skull.
Well, gee, Pop, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but...
All right, don't do it. But if you can't do a little thing for your father, it's for your own good.
Oh, gee,
After all I've done for you, Peg, when Junior was a little baby and he cried in the middle of the night, who walked the floor with him?
I did.
No. All right, but who woke you up and told you to walk the floor? Now I asked him to do one little thing.
Okay, Pop, okay, I'll do it.
You will? On the level, you will?
Yeah.
Oh, attaboy, Junior. You've made me very proud. I'm glad to see you got a mind of your own. Well, Junior, did you get the part? Did you get it?
Yep, I got it.
Oh, good.
I asked my teacher, and she put me in the play.
Oh, that's great. Peg, did you hear that?
Well, that's fine, Junior. Do you like the part they gave you?
Yes, well, just what I wanted. I play the part of Ronald, a young ne'er-do-well.
Great. You're just the type. Is that a copy of the play you got there?
Yeah, but I don't really need it. I know my part by heart.
Well, already, Junior? My.
Well, you see,
Why are you surprised, Peg? My boy's got a head on his shoulders. What do you think that round thing covered with hair is sticking out of his collar? A coconut?
But look, Pop.
Look, Junior, we got to get right to work on this play. Now, your mother and me will read all the other parts, and you act out yours, huh? So we get... come in.
Hello, folks.
Oh, well, it's Mr. Gillis.
Well, come on in. Come in, Gillis. You're just the man I want to see.
Riley, seeing I'm your pal, I'm going to do you a favor. If Junior would like to be an usher on the night of my egg bites play, I can fix it.
Well, that's very sweet of you, Gillis, but it so happens that my Junior is in the play.
Huh?
But Pop... Now, don't be so modest, Junior. And he's got a great part, too. He plays Ronald. What do you say to that, Gillis?
I guess I'll be going.
No. Stick around. Get a load of some real acting. Okay, Junior, let's start with your first scene.
Oh, but Pop... Oh, my goodness, I haven't acted since high school. But let's see. You read Lord Crumley's part, Riley.
Yeah, okay. Good evening, Lady Angela. Filthy weather, what?
Beastly. I hope it doesn't delay Ronald.
Ronald should be here directly. And if I know Ronald, he won't be late.
Ronald must get through, your lordship.
Never fear. Ronald will be here by dinner. He gagged there's too much steak.
There's too much at stake.
Oh, yeah.
Ronald must get through. Everything depends on Ronald.
You hear that, Gillis? Everything depends on Junior.
Go on, Riley. Let's get to where he comes in already.
Ronald knows the secret, your lordship. Oh, what a tale you'll have to tell. I hear steps coming up the walk.
It is Ronald.
I can hardly wait to hear what he has to say.
Here he comes. Ronald, my boy.
Ah! Ronald! Look, your lordship. Ronald's been shot.
Through the head. Oh, Ronald, speak to me. Ronald, say something. Speak. Well.
Ronald is dead.
Well, go on, Junior. Where's the rest?
Well, that's all. I can't say any more. I'm dead.
You're what?
Yes, sir. That's quite a part, Riley.
Farewell.
Hardly memorized that.
Wait a minute. Junior, you just can't say one word. There's got to be more.
But, Pop, I'm dead. I can't talk after I'm dead.
So there's such a thing as ghosts? I mean, this is a terrible piece of writing.
Well, I'll be running along now, Riley. Take my advice. Better let Junior be an usher. The audience will see more of him that way. Farewell!
One word. They can't do this to me.
Oh, now don't take it so serious, Riley. After all, Junior's in the play, and that's what you wanted.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Pop, but that's the part Miss Jessup gave me.
My own son, playing the part of a corpse. Well, you ain't going to take it laying down.
Theo has just brought you the first act of The Life of Riley, and we'll be back with Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. You know the chances are you're grinding a certain type of cavity into your teeth unless you use teal instead of toothpaste or powders containing harsh abrasives? Yes, it's true. For out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. And when gums recede, parts of your teeth are exposed 25 times softer than tooth enamel. Now, those softer parts are easily damaged by the daily use of toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. So the chances are 8 in 10 you are risking those ground-in cavities daily, unless the dentifrice you use contains no such abrasives. And what one leading dentifrice contains no abrasives? Only Teal. Teal, the liquid dentifrice, cleans teeth with a patented ingredient, protects teeth from ground-in gum-line cavities. The Teal way takes 1 extra minute a week to make teeth look their best safely. Just follow directions on the package. Ask for T-E-E-L, Teal, the tangy, refreshing, liquid dentifrice. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Egged on by his proud father, Junior Riley went out for a part in a school play. He was given one consisting of exactly one word, farewell. Now, this satisfied Junior, but it was a humiliating blow to Riley's vanity. He's determined to get him a more important role, so we find Riley laying down the law to Junior's teacher.
Now, see here, Miss Jessup. You've got to give...
Just a moment, Mr. Riley. Take your hat off when you're addressing me.
Yes, miss. Now, see here, Miss Jessup. You've got to give...
Just a moment. Take your hat off my desk.
Yes, teacher. I'm sorry. Now, see here, Miss Jessup. You've got to do...
Just a moment.
Okay. I'll throw the hat in the waistband. Now, listen, Miss Jessup. You've got to give my Junior a bigger part. I'm a taxpayer, see?
Indeed. Exactly how much taxes did you pay during the last year?
Well, okay, so I owe him a little money. But I'll pay him. Miss Jessup, my head's made up. I demand that you give Junior a bigger part.
Good day, Mr. Riley.
Now, wait, Miss Jessup. I'm sorry if I sounded fresh, but try and put yourself in my place. Have you ever been a father? I mean, I've been Junior's father ever since he was born. I'm sort of attached to him. You see, as he grew up, he grew on me.
Well, I understand, Mr.
I
Riley.
ain't asking you to do this for me, but Junior's poor little heart is breaking. Why, he won't eat a thing.
Oh, dear, the poor sensitive child.
Yeah. And usually the poor sensitive child eats like a wolf.
Well, Mr. Riley,
Take pity on the lad. I ain't a doctor, Miss Jessup, but I can see from here that you got a big heart.
Well, it's... Oh, dear. Well, it just so happens one of the boys who has quite a large part is most unsatisfactory.
He is? Well, then throw the big chunks out and put my little one in.
Well, all right. Junior can have the part. He can say, John.
Oh, Miss Jessup, you're wonderful. Why, I could kiss you.
That won't be necessary.
Oh, thank you. up, hurry up. We don't want to be late for the curtain.
Don't be so nervous, Riley.
Oh,
I think you were going to act tonight instead of Junior.
Oh, Junior, where is he? It's time he got down to the school. He's got to get made up.
Hiya, folks. Excuse me barging in like this, but my egg bite lost his belt, and he needs one for the play.
Oh, okay, Gillis. I'll lend you one of Junior's. Come on. Oh, Junior, I'd like to get a... what's the matter, Junior? Peg. Why is he on the bed like that?
Why, something's wrong with him.
What's the matter? Is the kid sick?
No, I'm not sick.
Oh, that's good. Well, look, you better get down to the auditorium, son.
No, I can't do it. I just can't. I forgot all my lines. I don't remember anything.
Junior, pull yourself together. The lines will come back to you the minute you get on the stage. Gillis, tell him I'm right. Tell him.
But, Junior, you may not remember your lines now, but when you get on the stage and that spotlight hits you.
Yeah, that's right. Go on, Gillis.
Your knees buckle. You break out in a cold sweat. And then you faint.
Why, you double-crosser.
Mr. Gillis, if this is your idea of a joke,
I'm sorry, folks. Don't you want me to be honest?
Well, you picked a fine time to start. Go on, beat it, Gillis. What did you come here for anyway?
The belt, remember?
Oh, the belt. Well, I wouldn't loan you to... Yeah, sure, I'll lend it to you. I ain't the type who bores a grudge.
Well, thanks, Riley.
Yeah, I'll go and get it. You wait right here.
Now, listen, Junior, dear. You've got to act in that play tonight.
No, I can't.
Why, you've just got a little stage fright.
Okay, Gillis, here's the belt.
Thanks. And, Riley, I'm sorry for what I said, and I wish your Junior luck.
Well, thanks, Gillis. I wish your Egbert exactly what you wish my Junior.
See you later, folks. As they say in the theatrical world, bon voyage.
Look, Junior, I sold over 100 tickets. All my friends, the guys at the plant, and my boss. They're only going to see you. I'll be disgraced.
But I can't remember my lines.
Well, sure you... Listen, I'll fix that. I'll use an old theatrical trick. I'll paste your lines on the inside of my hat, see? And you carry it on stage with you, and if you're stuck, you peek at the line.
Why, yes, that'll fix everything, won't it, Junior?
Well, maybe. But your hat won't fit me, Pop.
Oh, Junior, are you forgetting that this play takes place in England? And they got quaint customs. In England, when you walk into a lady's boudoir, you don't wear a hat. You carry it in your hand.
Well, okay, I'll try it.
Ah, boy, son. Peg, you go with him now. Hurry.
But the line.
Well, it'll take me a little while to paste them in the hat. I'll bring it to you backstage before the curtain goes up.
Well, you won't forget, will you?
Yeah, you know I never forget. Why, I got the brain of an elephant. Aye. Don't forget to clap loud at Junior. Oh, hello there, Joe. Oh, Waldo. Hiya, Sam. Hello, Ford. Don't forget to clap loud at Junior. See you in the intermission.
Hurry up, Riley. Sit down in your seat there, dimming the light.
Yeah, okay.
You think your Junior will be all right?
Don't you worry about Junior. His old man came through. I pasted his lines in my hat. And if he gets stuck, all he has to do is peace.
There goes the curtain. Better take your hat off, Riley.
Yeah, better take my... Go! Oh, my hat! I forgot to give him my hat! Quiet.
Good evening, Sir John. We've been expecting you. Come in.
Here comes Junior. Oh, please make him remember his lines.
We understand you have an important message from the Queen. What is it? Proceed, Sir John.
Well,
He don't remember.
Good evening, Sir John. We've been expecting you. We understand you have an important message from the Queen. What is it? Proceed, Sir John.
Well,
Riley, stop lighting matches in your hat.
Why,
The Queen is ill.
The Queen is,
Ill. She's sick, Junior. I don't feel so good myself. Quiet, Riley. Ill, Junior. Ill. I-L. Ill.
Gee, Pop, I don't remember anything.
Riley, they're bringing down the curtain. What a revolting development this is.
Oh, there, Riley. Wait for me.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
I feel terrible, Digger. Honest, right now I'd like to jump in a hole and pull the hole in after me.
Don't look at me. I'm a mortician, not a magician. Tell me, Riley, why all this gloom?
Well, my boy, Junior. He was acting in a play.
Ah, the theater. Brutus stabbing Caesar. Hamlet poisoning the king. Othello strangling Desdemona. I adore the theater. It's okay.
Well, this play wasn't gay. Junior forgot all his lines. I ran out. I couldn't stand no more.
Oh, poor boy. I was in a play once. I portrayed a husband who had a very tall wife. And my first line was, "Ah, how I wish my wife were under 6 feet."
And you forgot your lines, too.
No, I mixed them up. I said, "Ah, how I wish my wife were 6 feet under."
Well, what happened to Junior is all my fault. I wouldn't blame him if he never spoke to me again.
Riley, the boy needs you. Go to him. Beg his forgiveness.
No, I couldn't face him with my face. Please, Digger, I don't want to discuss it.
Very well, Riley. I've learned one thing from experience. If a man kicks when I try to straighten him out, I just let him alone. Cheerio.
Mind if I sit down on this bench, Sonny?
Nah, mister, it's okay with me.
Junior, what are you doing here in the park? It's late.
I wanted to be alone.
Yeah, I know how you feel. I wanted to be alone, too. Now we can be alone together. Junior, what happened after...
Oh, they put in my understudy.
Junior, it's all my fault. I don't blame you. I don't see how you can ever forgive me. Junior, forgive me.
I forgive you.
No, you don't. Say it like you mean it.
Oh, let's not talk about it anymore, Pop.
But, Junior, we got to make the best of this mess. It's not my fault that you got me for a father. It's your mother. When I said, let's get married, she had to say yes.
It's getting late. I'd better go home.
Do you mind if I go to your home with you?
No.
Thanks, son. Junior, I can't stand this. Please forgive me. I'll make it up to you. I'll buy you anything you want to make you happy. Do you want a new lawnmower?
I don't want anything. Come on home.
Yeah, wait. Look. Gillis, he's coming this way. If he opens his mouth to make one crack, I'll let him have it.
Hello, Riley. Hello, Judy.
Well, what are you waiting for, Gillis? Go on, go ahead. Make fun of the kid.
Believe me, Riley, this is one night I wish Junior was my son.
But you're Egbert.
Please, don't mention that word, Egbert. You think your Junior was a flop? You should have seen what my Egbert done.
Well, what happened?
In the third act, he's making love to the Queen.
Yeah?
It's the big scene. He's got the Queen in his arms. And just when he's going to kiss her, his pants fall down.
Yeah? His pants fell down? Why, that's too bad. Ain't that too bad, Junior?
Yeah, it sure is, Pop. It's terrible.
There was my own flesh and blood. Making love in his long underwear.
Well, that's life for you, Gillis. Full of surprises. You never know when your pants are going to fall down. Come on, Junior, I'll buy you a soda.
Oh, no, let me buy you one, Pop. Want a drink, Mr. Gillis?
Yeah. Prussic acid.
Well, so long, Gillis.
Oh, wait, Riley.
Yeah?
Here's your belt, Junior. I'm sorry the buckle fell off. That's why Egbert's pants fell down.
Ah, that's okay, Gillis. See you later. So long.
Gee, that's funny about my belt busting. It was a new belt.
Oh, Bill, forget it, Junior. Just shove the belt in my pocket here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Pop.
Mm-hmm.
What's my jackknife doing in your pocket?
Oh, that. Well, you see, son, it's always good to have a jackknife on you. You never know when you're going to meet up with a belt that needs a little cutting around the buckle.
Riley's will be back in half a minute. Why risk cavities at the gum line? Cavities ground in by the daily use of toothpaste or powders containing harsh abrasives. Teal cleans teeth without abrasives, protects teeth from such cavities. Enjoy Teal tonight. T-E-E-L, Teal, the refreshing liquid dentifrice.
Well, I'm glad you got everything straightened out with Junior.
Oh, everything's fine now. Great boy, that Junior. Hey, Peg. Listen to this ad in the paper here. Actor wanted for Broadway play now being cast. Must be handsome juvenile type.
Oh, now, Riley, you're not going to get Junior involved in another play.
Well, who's talking about Junior? I was thinking of me.
Oh, you an actor? Oh, go on.
Well, sure. I'm as good as some of those fellas in the movies. Well, you take that guy we saw last night, William Bendix. What's he got that I haven't got, huh?
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invites you to be their guest next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, and for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
It's a washing miracle for silk, nylon, woolen, dishes.
What are you talking about?
Dress. I'll spell it. D-R-E-F-T, dress. Yes, ladies, and dress spells faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history.
That's true. Why, Dress keeps my dainty underthings fresher and brighter than even the most expensive soap flakes.
Right. You see, Dress is different from soap. Dress rich suds rinse clean and clear. They simply can't leave any sticky, soapy deposit to dull, lovely undies and make them look faded and old before their time. No wonder Dress keeps lingerie, stockings, blouses so color fresh. Yes, prettier and brighter far longer than any soap could ever do. With Dress's amazing suds,
There's no soap fading.
Yes, Dress certainly works wonders that no soap in the world can match. Not only for my lingerie, but for all my nice things. Stockings, woolens, pretty blouses, all stay beautiful as a dream.
The lady is right. And as for washing dishes, say Dress makes dishes shine without wiping. Even glasses sparkle without touching a towel to them. So, ladies, decide now to open this bright new world of beauty for all your nice things. Get Dressed in the bright green package. Dressed, Procter & Gamble's amazing suds discovery that gives you faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. That's D-R-E-S-T, Dressed. Get Dressed today.
Listen for the Life of Riley next week, same time, brought to you by Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the first major trouble resulting from the proposed Wonderful World apartments has arisen. Cedric, in an effort to establish a residence for himself so that he'll have something to trade for one of the new apartments, has put up a tent right in front of the Jot 'em Down store. And there's nothing Lum and Abner can do about it, because they once sold this small strip of ground to Cedric to help him get a library card. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Abner has just entered. Listen.
Oh, howdy, Abner. You back already?
Yeah, there weren't many delivers today. I dog is everybody sure curious about that tent they said they put up out in front of the store there long.
Yeah, that's disgusting. That's what it is. Plumb disgusting.
Yeah, they all think we put it up for some reason or another. Oh, what are you studying there?
Oh, it's just the floor plan of the first floor of the apartment building. Mousy brung it in a little while ago, and I'm checking it over to see if he got everything in it.
A floor plan? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to plan to build a floor, Lum. All you got to do is just take some boards and nails and nail them down. There it is.
Well, that ain't what a floor plan means, though. It shows which stores is going to be where and how big the size of them is and where the doors and windows are going to be at and all such as that.
Huh?
Oh, for goodness sakes, there he is again.
Who?
Cedric sticking his head in the door.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Mr. Lum, can I borrow a cup of sugar?
Sugar?
No, you can't, Cedric. Besides, you're supposed to save on sugar. Well, I just need a little bit for my coffee. Be patriotic, though, and drink it without it.
Sure.
Yes, Mom. Well, then, can I borrow some coffee? No, you can't borrow no coffee, Cedric. Now, get out and stop bothering me. Yes, Mom.
Doggy's Lum, you oughtn't to be so sharp with that boy.
Well, I have to be. Been doing that all morning long, sticking his head in here and asking to borrow something. Pillows and my rocking chair and candy and magazines and I don't know what all. He's getting to be an awful nuisance.
Well, how does he figure he can borrow candy? You're supposed to buy that.
Oh, he thinks just because he's a neighbor of ours now, he can run in here and borrow anything he wants.
Well.
He says his mama does that with her neighbors.
Well, I do know. Now, I reckon what he wants with that coffee.
Oh, he's more likely fixing to get his own lunch out there.
Well, how can he cook it? He ain't got no stove in that tent.
I don't know. All I know is it's a disgrace to our store, and I wished I knowed some way of getting shut of him.
Well, I do, too. He's got it so close to the front door there, everybody can't hardly get in or out of the store. Why don't we just tell him to take that dad-blame tent down and go on home with it?
We can't do that, though. He's got a legal right to be there.
Legal right?
I looked up that piece of paper we read out when we sold him that little strip of ground out there, and it's got both his and our signatures on it.
It has, huh?
Yes, sir. He just paid us a few dollars for it, but according to the law, he owns it, and he can do anything he wants with it.
Well, why don't we just give him his library card back then, Lum? That's the only reason we sold him the ground was just so he could get to be a property owner and get a library card.
I know, but giving him his card back won't change nothing. He paid for the ground. That's the thing that counts.
Well, why don't we buy it back from him then? Offer him more than he paid for it.
I've already did that. Fact is, I went as high as $50, but he won't sell it no price.
He won't, huh?
No, sir, he's bound and determined he's going to live there in that tent, right in front of our store, no matter what happens.
Well,
he thinks living there is going to get him one of them apartments.
Well, he can't trade in a tent for an apartment. He's got to have a house.
I know that, but just try and tell Cedric that. He won't listen to nobody. But I ain't got time to worry about him all day. I got a lot of work to do on these plans here.
I thought Mousy had it all did already.
No, these are just rough drawings. I got to make a lot of changes in them and all.
Changes?
Yeah, now, you see, he's got the setting room. The minute you open the front door, you walk right into the setting room.
Yeah, well, that's a general thing.
I know, but I'm going to change that. See, when a feller comes in to sit down, he's got plenty of time, ain't he?
Well, there's a rule. Yeah, if he's going to sit in a setting room, he's loafing around.
Well, take, for instance, a dog. The dog always turns around 3 or 4 times before he lays down.
Yeah, well, I don't do that. I just come in and sit down. I don't rush about it. I generally have a lot of time, but I don't turn around.
But when a feller comes in a house hungry, he wants to sit down and eat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when I go home to my victuals, I want to walk right in and sit down and start eating.
That's the way with me, so I'm putting dining rooms right in the front door. Open the front door and you walk right into the dining room.
Well, I do know. And then the sitting room's right behind the dining room, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, doggy, that's a good idea, Lum. Why, sure it is.
And some more changes we'll make. Now, take, for instance, the way he's drawn in the Jot 'em Down store here. Look at the size he's made it. Just a little bitty thing.
The store, whereabouts is that at?
Right there, that little box.
Right here?
Granted, even the elevator's bigger than our store the way he's got it drawn.
Oh, well, is this here supposed to be the elevator right here in the back of the store?
Yeah, that was my idea, putting it in the back end of our store. That way everybody will have to walk through the store every time they come in or go out. And I figure we can sell them some stuff when they're going through the store here.
Why, sure, that's a good idea, sure.
But if the store's going to be a little bitty thing, as Mousie's got it down here, won't be no room for nobody to walk through.
No. We might build a balcony on the ground. Uh-oh, he's back again.
Mr. Lum, can I borrow some ketchup?
No, you can't, Cedric.
Well, then, can I borrow the 2 paper plates?
2 paper plates? What do you need 2 for, Cedric?
Oh, I'm having a friend in for lunch.
A friend? Who is it?
It's Mr. Grandpap.
Oh.
He's brung over his camp stool and a can of beans and some weenies. Can I borrow them plates?
No, you can't borrow no paper plates, Cedric. Now leave us alone and don't stick your head in our door no more.
No, Mom.
No, because I figured that Grandpap would start hanging around that tent sooner or later.
Yeah.
Ain't no one thing Grandpap likes better than to go camping. I recollect one time him and old man Hodgson.
I don't want to hear it. Grandpap ought to be ashamed of himself. A grown man his age sitting out there on a little camp stool eating lunch. Disgusting.
Why, sure, he's too old for such as that.
Let's see, now, where was we? Oh, yeah, the elevator.
Yeah.
I don't know what come over Mousy making a mistake on the size of the store this way. Whoever heard of an elevator bigger than a store?
Well, here, Lum, the way that elevator's sitting there, maybe we can just make that into the feed room and put some of our stuff back in there, feed and flour, to set it back in the elevator there.
Well, that wouldn't be no good. Somebody might come in to buy a sack of flour, and we'd have to wait till the elevator come down before we could sell it to them.
Oh.
That wouldn't work out.
No, I reckon not, no.
Couldn't do no business with our groceries flying all over the building.
No. Well, wait a minute. Why don't we put all our groceries and dry goods and everything on the elevator, and then we can just go right along with it?
Come over that again, Abner. Granny, I believe you're getting a idea there.
Well, I said just put the whole store right on the elevator, make it a great big elevator. Well, even bigger than the one Mousie's got drawn there.
Granny Abner, I believe you've got an idea there, I tell you.
Why, sure, just put the whole store right on the elevator.
Yes, sir. Granny, that's it, Abner. That's it right there. This will revolutionize the grocery industry.
Well, good.
Yeah, instead of making folks come to the store, we bring the store right to them.
Sure, just go up to every floor.
All they got to do is just ring the elevator bell.
Good for me for being so smart.
Hey, you might be a genius, Abner. I don't know.
A genius, I don't get good for me for being there. Well, I'll tell Elizabeth and little Pearl.
Store on every floor.
Yeah.
That's going to be our new slogan. A store on every floor.
Oh, that's a good one.
How does that sound to you?
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Wait a minute. Mom, do you smell something good?
Huh?
How near lunchtime is it getting to be anyway?
I don't know. All I know is we got the greatest one-ID we ever studied up.
We? I was the one that studied up this ID.
Well, yeah, but I was the one that sort of developed it. I was the one that told you it was a good one.
Yeah, you done that. Yes, you did, Lum.
I better get Mousy on the phone right away and have him make that change in the floor plans. Do you recollect what his ring is?
I believe it's about time for lunch, Lum.
I never asked you that. I asked you. Wait a minute. Here it is, here. 2 shorts, a long and a short.
You reckon I better run on home and see if Elizabeth's got my lunch ready yet, Lum?
No, you stay here. It ain't but 11 o'clock now.
Huh?
Hey, Skelton, let me make this phone call.
Doggies, wait a minute. No wonder something's been smelling so good. Look out there, Lum.
Cedric
and Grandpap's got a big bonfire out in front of the store there, and they're roasting weenies.
Oh, swan too good. Hello, is that you, Mousy? Well, just hold the phone a minute. Granny, this is the last straw, Abner. Run out there and put out that fire.
Well, it's on Cedric's property, Lum.
I don't care where it's at. This is one thing they can't do. I know. It's against the fire regulations or something. Go on out there and tell them to put it out.
All right, I'll tell them.
And don't take no for an answer.
Don't worry, I'll put it out and run them away from there.
That's the time. Hello, Mousy. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I had some business with Abner here. Yeah, look, Mousy, what I telephoned Jeff about, I just been going over them floor plans you drawed up and... What mistake? Oh, that. Well, if that was a mistake, I'm glad you done it. No, the elevator ain't too big. Fact is, you never made it big enough. That's right. We want you to change the plans and make it about 4 times as big as you got it. No, I know what I'm talking about. You see, we're going to put the store right on the elevator. Yes, sir. A store on every floor. That's going to be our new motto. Why, of course it's a good idea. Now, here's what I want you to do, Mousy. Draw in a heap of shelves and around the elevator and a counter with a cash drawer in it. And just a minute, Mousy. Abner, I thought I told you to go out in front and tell them fellas to put out that fire.
I already been out there.
Well, the fire's still going.
I know. I'll take care of that as soon as I find something here.
Find what?
Oh, nothing.
What is it you're hunting for?
Oh, nothing. Just some old paper plates.
Paper plates?
Yeah, all I need is 3. Oh, here they are right here. I got them.
Hello, Mousy. I got to hang up now. You get to work on that, and I'll talk to you later. Goodbye. Just a minute, Abner. How many plates you got there?
I just took 3 of them.
Well, better make it 4. And find that old sign we used to have.
What old sign?
One that says, out to lunch. Granny's, that smells good.
Amos, what is that you got there in your hand?
Well, that's a tag I took off of the world's greatest TV set.
How you know that's the world's greatest TV set?
Well, see right there on the tag, engineered by CBS Columbia.
Yep, that's the greatest.
Oh, yeah.
CBS Columbia, makers of America's most advanced radio and television receivers, present transcribed The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Johnny Lee, Ernestine Wade, Amanda Randolph, Millie Bruce, Fred Clark, Roy Glenn, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy! Hello there, this is Freeman Gosden. If your house is anything like our house these days, it's probably buzzing with plans for the holidays. And the big topic, of course, is that Christmas shopping list. What to get for whom, and how can you be sure? My, how complicated it gets. Well, I'd like to make a little suggestion to simplify things for you. Why don't you go see all the wonderful new CBS Columbia radios at your dealers? They make perfect gifts for just about everyone. See the trim little portable that plays anywhere, the bright new clock radios that wake you cheerfully to music, the handsome table radios with their rich, full tones, and don't miss the fabulous CBS Columbia 360 radio phonograph. That superlative high-fidelity instrument that's such a delight to the true music lover. Yes, CBS Columbia radios take all the guesswork out of giving because you know they'll be well received. So stop into your dealer soon, won't you, before the big rush starts, and see the wonderful world of CBS Columbia radio gift suggestions. They are the gifts that keep giving pleasure every day of the year. Meanwhile, remember that CBS Columbia is a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, the greatest name in home entertainment. Well, the other evening, the Mystic Knights of the Sea Lodge Hall had their annual financial meeting. The Kingfish's books were in such bad shape it took him till after midnight to explain them to the Lodge brothers' satisfaction. It wasn't until after 12:30 that he approached the door of his apartment.
Well, let me get my keys out here and get into lock here. Oh, me, what a large meeting that was. Explain this item. What was this deduction? Why is they short here? Where's this and where's that? Nothing but question. Let me get in here where it's peaceful and quiet.
All right, George Stevens, where have you been till this hour of the morning?
Oh, Sapphire. Oh, Mama. I didn't know you waited up for me.
What's the idea of sneaking in at this hour? Where have you been? What you been up to? I demand an explanation. Where have you been? What have you been doing, and what is the big idea?
Well,
That's a lie, and you know it.
Now, wait a minute, here.
You is been out with some hussy, ain't you? Yes, admit it, George, admit it.
Oh, don't be silly at my age.
Huh. I know you men. You ain't never too old to chase them. Why, Sapphire, the only way I could slow your father down was to take the tires off his wheelchair.
Now, wait a minute. Look, Sapphire, I was at the Lodge meeting, and I can prove it. You can ask Amos or any of the brothers.
Well, all right, George, but if I ever finds out that you ever so much as looks at another woman, that'll be the last thing you ever do.
I'll say it will. And if I ever catches you, them Lodge brothers of yours is going to be doing some spring planting, and you going to be the petunia.
Oh, me. Well, let me get in the Lodge Hall here. Well, I can at least get in my office here and take a little nap.
May I help you?
Yeah, well, I just want to... Oopsie doopsie, who is Yoopsie?
My name is Wendy Jackson. Did you want something?
Miss, who is you?
I'm Mr. Stevens' secretary.
Yeah, well, when he comes in, would you say, wait a minute, I is Mr. Stevens. What are you doing around here?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Stevens, but I'm your secretary. I was hired this morning by the Lodge members. They said all the books and the records were all mixed up, and they wanted someone to take care of them.
Well, now, let me tell you something, miss. This is going to be strictly business. I happen to be a married man, and all I want you to do is to do your work around here. To me, you is just a machine. You understand? Just a machine.
Yes, Mr. Stevens.
You see, What is that cinch you wearing there?
Why, that's Chanel number 5.
Well, now, there's another thing, machine. In the future, I want you to lubricate yourself with something more or less stimulating. Well, I must say the Lodge Hall is nice and clean and efficient.
Well, Kingfish, how you like your new gal secretary that the Lodge brothers done hired for you?
Well, I only see her once. I guess the gal is all right.
Yeah. Well, tell me this. Where is the honey baby doll now? Where is he?
Well, I think Miss Jackson's out to lunch, Andy. I got some dictation for her when she gets back. You know, I've been thinking this thing over. She'll take a lot of work off my hands, eliminate a lot of the headaches and trouble. Really make my life a bed of roses. A bed of roses.
John Stevens, you in there?
Yeah, where is you bum?
Speaking of roses, the aphysis has done arrived.
Well, I right here, Mama dear.
Huh. I see you got Andy Brown with you.
Oh, how you do, Miss Smith? It's a pleasure to see you.
Shut your mouth.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
George, Mom, and me is going shopping, and we come down to get some money. So if you... Say, don't I smell perfume in here?
Perfume? Why, I don't... Say, Andy, has you been putting carbona on your hair again, boy?
Now, wait a minute. What's that desk doing set up in the other office?
The desk, that's for my secretary.
For you? What?
Let me at him, Sapphire!
Now, wait a minute. Now, hold each other there. Wait a minute. I got a secretary, but it's a male secretary, ain't it, Andy?
Oh, yeah. He's the neutral gender, all right.
Oh, yeah. Nice fella, Mr. Higgins.
Well, that's different.
Oh, yeah. This Mr. Higgins is really a fine fella, fishing and all that. Now, I know that you two got to go shopping, so you better...
Mr. Stevens, honey, I'm ready when you are.
George Stevens, who was that?
Mr. Higgins.
I told you, Sapphire. I knew he was up to something. I knew it.
Now, just wait a minute, Sheridan. Now, wait, I'm going to tell you the truth. The Lodge brothers done hired me a secretary. I, as a businessman, it's perfectly normal for me to have a secretary.
Yeah.
George Stevens, that woman must go.
No, sir. There ain't nothing wrong with it. Perfectly normal with a man having a secretary. Look, Mama, she is staying. For once in my life, I'm putting my foots down, both of them.
All right, daughter. If that's the way he's going to act, there ain't no sense in getting excited. There ain't no sense in raising our voice or losing our tempers. There's just one thing to do. Go home and throw the bum's clothes out in the street.
Well, Mama, George has been gone for 3 days. It looks like he ain't going to give up and fire that secretary.
Well, kicking him out wasn't enough. I got another idea. We got to fight fire with fire. Sapphire, you was going to get a job as a secretary.
But, Mama, you know I don't know nothing about being a secretary.
Oh, no, daughter. You ain't going to actually get a job, but that husband of yours is going to think that you have. Now, you see this item here in the society column?
Let's see. Oh, Mr. Clarence Thompson, local branch bank manager, announces his engagement to Miss Deborah Thorndike. Miss Thorndike is Mr. Thompson's secretary at the Lenox National Bank. An early marriage is planned. Well, Mama, what's that got to do with me and George?
Well, look here, Sapphire. The next time George calls, I'm going to tell him that you've got a job as secretary to Mr. Clarence Thompson.
You think George is going to be dumb enough to fall for that, Mama, and get so jealous that he'll fire his secretary?
Certainly. As they say in those ads in all them magazines, daughter, never underestimate the stupidity of a man.
Holy mackerel, Kingfish. You sure is loaded up with a mess of packages. You been doing your Christmas shopping?
No, sir. I was doing my Christmas hinting.
Your Christmas hinting?
Yes, Amos, you see, I can't come right out and tell my wife Sapphire I want one of them new 21-inch CBS Columbia television sets with sweet tuning. That wouldn't show the proper Christmas spirit. So I just leave these little items around the house, and when she sees them, she gets the idea.
What's in the packages, Kingfish?
Well, this one is a piece of tape here that measures exactly 21 inches long. That means that I craves the new big 21-inch screen.
That's smart, all right.
And this one here is a diamond ring that I borrowed. That shows that I admire the clear, sparkling picture that you get from CBS Columbia television sets.
Well, Kingfish, is you show in your own mind that your wife Sapphire is going to be able to figure all this out without you explaining?
Well, it don't take much figuring, Andy. Now, look here. Here's a pair of slippers and a pipe. Don't that show you that I is a man that loves his comfort?
Yeah, Kingfish, what about it?
Well, now, with that kind of man, you just got to give him the laziest kind of tuning there is. That sweep tuning exclusive with CBS Columbia television.
Yeah, well, that's plain as day, but how do you explain this one, Kingfish? This here ain't nothing but a ladies' compact.
Yeah, why, that's the idea, ain't it? That tells my wife the CBS Columbia cabinet is the most compact and the best looking she done ever seen. And the price is mighty compact, too. Just $165.
Kingfish, let's just suppose, for the sake of argument, that your wife don't catch on to all these crystal clear hints.
Got all that covered. That's the reason for this big package here.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one, all right.
Yeah, what's in that package, Kingfish?
That contains the new 21-inch CBS Columbia television set with sweep tuning that I've been talking about. Man, if my wife don't understand that hint, I just don't know what
I'm coming. Oh, it's you.
Good afternoon, mother-in-law, dear. Just thought I'd come home and talk to Sapphire.
Well, she ain't here. She won't be home till after 8. She's working late tonight.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Working?
Oh, yeah. She's got a job with Mr. Clarence Thompson, the manager of the bank. She's his private secretary. She started Monday.
Secretary, huh? Well, that's nice. I guess, excuse me there, Mama. I noticed the vase of flowers on the table there. There's pretty roses, ain't there?
Oh, yes. They're from Mr. Thompson. He sends her roses all the time.
Yeah, well, he must like her.
Crazy about her. Something bothering you, Baldy?
No. Just sending my wife flowers and her working as a secretary, I just,
Yeah, you said yourself there was nothing wrong with a secretary. You said it was perfectly normal. Do you object to Sapphire having a career?
No. It's just that if she wants a career, why couldn't she get a job in the laundry?
Get on out of here!
Yeah, I'll get a note.
Molly, is he gone? Tell me, how did he take it?
Sapphire, he ain't in the boat yet, but I think the old flounder done swallowed the hook.
Well, this is something, Kingfish. Your wife getting a job with this Mr. Thompson as a private secretary.
Perfectly normal for her to be working. Fella got to be big and benevolent about these things.
Yeah, but I see the moving picture once, and while the husband was sitting around being big and benevolent, his wife and her boyfriend was being small and smoochy.
Now, listen, Danny, look here. This thing's getting me down. Hand me that telephone there.
Yeah, what you going to do?
Well, wait a minute. I got the number of that branch bank. I done looked it up here. Yeah. I'm going to call up that Mr. Thompson over at the bank and see if I can find out which way the wind is blowing.
Yeah, that's right. There might not be nothing to it at all.
Wait a minute, Jeff. Hello? Is this the branch of the Lennox National Bank? I'd like to talk to Mr. Clarence Thompson, please. Oh, we out to lunch? Then I'd like to speak to her secretary. What's that? She out to lunch, too? They does what? Goes to lunch together all the time? No, forget it. No message. No. Goodbye.
Well, Kingfish, did you find out which way the wind was blowing?
Yes, Andy, and I just got the nastiest weather report since the Missouri River overflowed the bank. Andy, this is terrible. My wife must be interested in this fella. She going out to lunch with him.
Oh, yeah. When they start speeding them, that's bad. After all, you don't put gasoline in the car if you ain't planning on going someplace.
Andy, this is a terrible situation. My wife working for another man, going out to lunch with him, getting flowers from him. I'm going to put a stop to it.
Yeah, what you going to do, Kingfish?
Well, I'm going to find out where this Mr. Thompson lives, and I'm going over there this evening. And believe me, Andy, if that man is interested in my wife, there's going to be a separation right there.
A separation?
Yeah, I'm going to separate that boy's teeth from his gums. That's
Clarence Thompson speaking. Oh, it's you, Deborah, dear. Well, how's my cute little secretary this evening? What's that? Well, certainly I don't think we should change our plans. Yes, we'll go right ahead with the elopement. Well, even if your father is against it now, I'm sure he'll change his mind after we're married. Now, Deborah, I'm sure that we... Excuse me, the door, dear. Hang on. I'll be right back. Can I help you?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Thompson.
I'm Mr. Thompson.
My name is Stevens, and I have come over here to, excuse me, Mr. Thompson, you ain't standing on no boxes.
No.
Andy, is I standing in the hole here?
No, you ain't.
See here, what is it you want?
Miss Thompson, we want to talk to you.
Oh, well, come in.
Thank you, sir.
Just have a seat here. I'm on the phone in the other room, and I'll be right with you. I'm talking to my secretary.
Secretary? Yes, sir. Holy mackerel, Andy. He said secretary. He on the phone right now with my wife, Sapphire.
Yeah. Let's get over here by the door and see if we can eavesdrop on him.
I'm back, honey. Oh, just 2 minutes, the door. What's that? How could I ever forget last night?
Holy smoke, listen to that, Kingfish. Boy, if this was California, he could get an annulment on that laugh alone.
Shut up, Andy.
Oh, that's sweet. You know, honey, about last night, I was so proud of you. You were the prettiest one there.
You must have took her to a dog show.
Wait a minute, Andy. Maybe he'll mention me.
What's that, dear? Oh, I wouldn't feel bad about pulling wool over the old man's eyes.
Didn't have to wait long, did we?
Certainly, dear. I think we should definitely go through with the elopement tomorrow night.
Elopement? Oh, no, this is terrible.
Of course he'll be upset. But after it's all over, I know he'll agree it's all for the best.
I will not.
Holy mackerel, Kingfish, there's eloping tomorrow night.
Come on, Andy, I've heard enough. Let's get out of here. Oh, Andy, I was broken-hearted.
Yeah, but Kingfish, you say if you found out anything like this, you was going to beat him up. Why don't you go back in there and punch the man in the nose?
I would, Andy, but a big fella like that might beat me up, and right now I needs all the strength I got just to suffer.
Hello there, this is Charles Correll. You know, one of the nicest things you can do for Christmas this year is to give a whacking big present of a CBS Columbia full fidelity TV set to someone you love, for example, yourself. Your family will be overjoyed, especially if you're sly enough to pretend that you bought it for them. Then on Christmas night, after the house has been cleared of the wrapping paper, the dishes, and the children, you can curl up with a turkey sandwich and watch television on the most advanced receiver ever made. CBS Columbia full fidelity TV sets are not plain ordinary sets. They have both full fidelity sight and 360 full fidelity sound. The picture is as sharp as 20/20 vision. The 360 sound system is a hi-fi bug's dream, with not just one but two extended range speakers. And the prices are so restrained, you'll think you're putting something over on your dealer. Always an added pleasure. So why not start now thinking some very nice thoughts for Christmas? Why not drop in for a demonstration of CBS Columbia full fidelity TV on your merry way home tomorrow?
Yeah, Calhoun, I come over here to tell you because you was one of my truest and best friends.
Thank you, Kingfish.
Calhoun, I will tell you, another man is stealing my wife away from me.
Another man stealing your wife? Kingfish, that's the funniest thing I heard in a long time.
Oh, no, Calhoun, this is serious. I love my wife, and I want to prevent this man from stealing. Now, what must I do?
See a psychiatrist.
Oh, look, Calhoun, this is the crossroads of my life. She's eloping with this fella tonight. I gotta stop it at all costs.
Well, now, that ain't gonna be easy to do. You gotta act fast, yeah. Who is this fella anyway?
Well, now, his name is Clarence Thompson. He's the manager of the branch bank over on Lenox Avenue.
Yeah.
Calhoun, what can I do about this here thing? Now, think it up, Jeff.
Well, now, there's only one thing to do if you want to act fast. Get this fella sold in the clink.
In the clink?
Yeah, go down to the main office of the bank and see the president and tell him this Thompson is stealing money from the bank.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, I is desperate. I'll get Andy to help me, and we'll go down to the main office of the bank right now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a terrible thing. My wife's spurning me for another.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Kingfish, because 3 years ago I had a gal that I worshiped. She was the only gal in the world for me. We was engaged. And then 3 days before the wedding, she eloped to California with another man.
That was sad, Calhoun.
Yeah, and just the other day, she sent me a picture of herself and her husband and her 2 children. I tell you, Kingfish, when I see that picture, my blood boils. And I done the only thing I could do.
What was that, Calhoun?
I read her and told her the engagement was off.
So this is the main office of the bank, huh, Kingfish?
Yeah, sure is a big building there. Yeah, they got nice offices here, ain't they?
Yeah.
The woman said to wait here, the president of the bank going to talk to us personal.
Yeah, well, you think we're going to get this Mr. Thompson thrown in the clink?
Yeah, we work it right, Andy. Now, don't forget, we is from the FBI. We done investigated this Mr. Thompson and found out he's a crook.
Yeah, I remember that.
Good afternoon. I understand you wanted to see me about something.
Yes, we is from the FBI. I is G-Man Stevens. This here is J. Edgar Brown here. We is from the embezzlement detail.
Embezzlement detail?
Oh, yes, sir. We is 2 of the biggest imbeciles they got.
What was that?
Oh, nothing, mister. We has been investigating the manager of one of your branch banks. Clarence Thompson, alias Indivolvo. He is alias Top the Till Taylor.
Now, just a minute here. Are you intimating that Clarence Thompson is dishonest?
Well, I ain't intimating nothing. I just saying the man is a crook. He is embezzling the bank's funds. And it's your duty to put him behind bars. That's all I say.
Now, just what do you base your charges?
Well, the whole thing started when my assistant, Mrs. Brown here, went into the bank for a routine checkup. He thought it was funny when Mr. Thompson, the manager, was behind the paying cage.
Yes, I stepped up to the little window to get change for $50. I laid the money down, and he looked at it, and he say, "How do you want it? On the nose or across the board?"
I see. But if you're with the FBI, you must have some badge of office.
He wants to see our badge of office, ain't he?
Ask him what it looks like.
What do the badge of office look like, mister?
If you're with the FBI, you must have some authorization. Now, come on, what do you carry in your wallet?
Cigarette butts.
Clarence Thompson is one of our most trusted employees. I don't know what your game is, but if you're not out of here in 5 minutes, we really will have the FBI around here.
All right, mister, we going. But if you find your escort department tied up in a 3-horse parlay, don't call us. That's all.
Yes, Amos, the Kingfish done finally solved his problem.
Yeah, well, I was glad to hear the Kingfish has worked it out, but how'd you go about it, Kingfish?
Yeah, tell him, Kingfish.
Well, I know the only reason that Sapphire went to work was to make me jealous because I hired a secretary. So I made a deal with Sapphire. I told her that I would fire my secretary if she would quit her job with Mr. Thompson.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's fair enough, but after the mess up in the books at the Lodge Hall, the Lodge brothers insist on you having a secretary, Kingfish. What you going to do about that?
Yeah, how you going to handle that, Kingfish?
Well, I done played that smart, boys. So there'll be no more trouble. I done told Sapphire to go down to the employment agency herself and pick out the secretary for me.
Oh, boy, that's great. That was a smart thing to do, Kingfish. Put it right up to her.
Oh, yeah. No more trouble, boys. From now on, everything going to be peace and quiet, because you see, come in. Oh, Sapphire.
Yes, George, and I brought your new secretary with me. Yes, she is.
All right, you no good loafing bum. Start dictating.
Well, folks, we'd like to say goodnight for our sponsor, CBS Columbia, manufacturers of America's most advanced radio and television receivers.
That's right, folks. These sets are engineered by CBS Columbia.
We're inviting all of you to go in and see the brand new CBS Columbia sets for 1955. And when you do so, would you be kind enough to tell the dealer that Amos and Andy sent you? Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday for the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Tonight's program was brought to you by CBS Columbia, manufacturers of full-fidelity television receivers. Now stay tuned for Our Miss Brooks, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
Of the CBS Radio Network.
It's Chesterfield time, pleasure time, the order of the day with radio listeners everywhere. Chesterfield presents George Burns and Gracie Allen, Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra. All right, Ray? 1, 2. This is Paul Douglas speaking, and last week I told you how Chesterfield's tobacco buyers visit the leading markets of the world to get the best cigarette tobaccos. Every one of these tobaccos is outstanding for some quality smokers like, and the way Chesterfield blends and balances them together gives a lot more smoking pleasure. Here's the reason. Chesterfields have the right combination of mild, ripe, homegrown, and aromatic Turkish tobaccos rolled in pure cigarette paper. No cigarette can do more for you than Chesterfield. No other cigarette can give you Chesterfield's refreshing mildness, better taste, and more pleasing aroma. It's the blend that can't be copied. Chesterfields satisfy millions. Campers have their weekends under the pine trees. Swimmers have their weekends under beach umbrellas. Astronomers have their weekends under the stars. But George and Gracie have their weekends under their hats. In other words, Chesterfields give you chest two fools, and here they are, George and Gracie.
Thank you. Oh, Gracie?
What do you say to everybody?
Hello.
Isn't that wonderful?
Oh, George, I'm having such a wonderful rest in New York. Nothing to do and all day to do it in.
So you're getting a good rest, I
Oh, yes. Last night I went to the Star Club, the El Morocco, the Antonetti's, the 21, the Paris, the Paradise, the Silver Slipper, the Cotton Club, and the Casino.
Well, those are nice places to rest.
Yeah, I think so. And tonight I'm going sightseeing, then taking a movie, walk up and down Broadway, then going to a cafe in Greenwich Village, and then drive out to the beach for a clam bake.
Clam bake? That's all, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that's not tiring.
Oh, no. They have somebody there to open the clams for you.
But those nightclubs, what would you call going to 20 nightclubs?
I'd call it taxi.
I'd call you an imbecile.
Are they cheaper than taxis?
Much cheaper, yeah.
I say, George.
Oh, hello, Ray.
George, I'm still wondering about the type of humor you want from me on this program.
I don't want any humor from you, Ray. I can tell the jokes on this program, and I can tell good ones, too.
All right, then tell me if this is a good one. I say to you, George, I went duck hunting last week, and I didn't shoot a single duck. And you say, why not? And I say, because I couldn't tell the single ones from the married ones.
Ray, do you believe in signs?
Oh, rather.
Well, go find a sign that says exit.
George, isn't Ray clever?
Yes, he's brilliant, yes.
You know, if he got a nice coat of tan and then crossed his legs behind his head, he'd look like a pretzel.
Yes, and if he put on a little weight, he'd look like an old shoelace.
Well, aren't we all?
Yeah.
Oh, there's Mr. Douglas. Hello, Mr. Douglas.
Hello. Well, hello, Paul.
Hello, George.
Mr. Douglas, don't take this personally, but I must tell you about a dream of mine. We're riding in the moonlight, the car stops, and you take me in your arms and you hug and kiss me.
When did you dream that, Gracie?
Well, I haven't dreamt it yet. That's my dream for tonight.
I see what you mean. You have all your dreams planned before you go to sleep.
Oh, sure. Otherwise, I might dream about Clark Gable, and that wouldn't be fair to Mr. Douglas.
Well, of course, he could always dream about Carol Lombard.
Oh.
Telegram for Frank Parker.
Well, Mr. Parker won't be here until shortly after he arrives.
Oh, well, here, miss. Will you give it to him when he gets in? Here's a 50-cent tip, kid. Don't forget, everybody, Frank Parker owes me $50.
Don't believe me. Only gave me a nickel.
Screw, son. Gracie, you can't open Frank Parker's telegram.
Oh, listen to this. Just read that you're back in New York again, and we're giving you 2 days to come over and settle up last year's hotel bill. Signed, the Ritzmore Hotel.
Give me that telegram. I better put it back in the envelope here so that Frank won't know you opened it.
Oh, imagine Frank Parker sneaking out of the Ritzmore.
Gracie, why don't you mind your own business?
Giving him only 2 days. My daddy got 90 days. And I always mind my own business.
Yes, well, I've heard it whispered that you don't.
Well, now that's an idle rumor.
Opening Frank's telegram.
A false report.
Yeah, common gossip.
A busybody.
A busybody? What's a busybody?
Yeah, a hula dancer.
Oh, a hula dancer. Busybody. See what you mean. Well, Frank Parker.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, George. How many girls have been asking for me?
Take it easy, Frank. No girls have been asking for you.
But they will.
Frank, here's a telegram for you.
Oh, thanks. Say, that's a smart-looking suit you've got on, George.
Like it, huh?
Yeah, it just goes to show how silly it is to waste a gunny sack by filling it with potatoes.
Never mind, kid. Just read the telegram.
Let's see. Just heard you're back in New York, and we're giving you 2 days to come back in New York. Those women.
Oh, yes.
Anything important, Frank?
No, it's just from some dame whom I heard that was in town, and she wants me to go over to the hotel for cocktails.
Well, I wouldn't let it bother you, Frank.
Where does she live, Frank? At the Ritzmore Hotel?
Quiet, Gracie.
I know a man who sneaked out of the Ritzmore Hotel.
Nice weather.
But George, when you see the pretty little girl that met me tonight, George, she's coming up later, and we're going to all meet later.
Well, syncopated matter.
Her name is Betty McDermott. I'll tell you what happened.
Yes?
She was walking down Fifth Avenue looking very bored, and then all of a sudden I came along.
Well, yes, I guess that settled it, Frank.
I knocked her right off her feet.
What were you doing? Riding a bicycle on the sidewalk?
Against the red light.
Oh. George, I'll bet the Ritzmore must be an expensive hotel, especially if you pay your bills.
Look, Gracie, some dark night when nobody's looking, something is going to happen to you.
You think I ought to take out insurance?
It wouldn't be a bad idea, because years ago my mother took out accident insurance.
Yeah, but you were born just the same.
You go to my head and you
like a haunting refrain, and I find you spinning round in my brain like the bubbles in a glass of champagne. You go to my head like a sip of sparkling burgundy brew, and I find the very mention of you like a kicker in a chalupa-too. The thrill of the thought that you might give a thought to my plea cast a spell over me. Still I say to myself, get a hold of yourself, can't you see that it never can be? You go to my head with a smile that makes my temperature rise like a summer with 1,000 Julys. You intoxicate my soul with your eyes. So I'm certain that this heart of mine has the most of the chance in this crazy romance. You go to my head. You go to my head. The thrill of the thought that you might give a thought to my plea cast a spell over me. Till I say to myself, get a hold of yourself, can't you see that it never can be? You go to my head with a smile that makes my temperature rise like a summer with 1,000 Julys. You intoxicate my soul with your eyes. Oh, I'm certain that this heart of mine hasn't a ghost of a chance in this crazy romance. You go to my head. You go to my
Frank Parker singing You Go to My Head. That was really beautiful, Frank.
Oh, thanks, George. I just hope that Betty McDermott was listening in. She gets such a kick out of me.
So do you. Hello? Oh, just a minute.
Oh, it's probably Betty.
Gracie, you want it on the phone.
Oh, all right. I wish all those handsome men wouldn't call me up in front of Mr. Douglas. It's embarrassing.
Will you answer the phone?
Oh, hello. This is Gracie Allen speaking. And I can't go out with you tonight because maybe I've got a date with Mr. Douglas.
Yeah, maybe not.
What? You say you've known me longer than Mr. Douglas? Well, that's funny. I don't recognize your voice.
Gracie, will you...
Please, Jester. What? You say you've known me ever since I was a little girl? Well, spell your name, please. Oh, now I remember. Hello, Mother.
Mother? Well, I'm really surprised she could spell her name.
How are you, Mother? Really? Oh, poor Unky. How's Daddy, Mother? He is? Oh, poor Unky. How's my little nephew? Yeah? Oh, poor Unky. How's Unky, Mother?
Look, Gracie, will you break this up?
Mother, will you give Unky this message for me? Here it is. Goodbye.
Well, that's a smart message. Gracie, what's the matter with your uncle?
Well, Judge, you know where Unky's right leg used to be.
Where his right leg used to be?
Yes.
Well, I've got a rough idea.
Well, his left leg is there now.
His left leg is where his right leg used to be?
Yeah, but that's not the worst of it. His right leg
is where his left leg used to be. Look, let me get this straight.
Did Betty McDermott call yet, George?
Not yet.
Well, don't worry, she will.
Who's worrying? So your uncle's left leg is where his right leg used to be?
George, were you ever in a train wreck?
Was I ever in a train wreck? Why, no.
Oh, that's a shame. What are you doing tonight?
Gracie, was your uncle in a train wreck?
Well, not exactly. You see, they called me from the receiving hospital and said, we've got a man here who says he's your uncle. So I said, congratulations, boy or girl. And
Wait
he
a minute.
said...
Just a minute. Look, Gracie, how did your uncle get into this receiving hospital? What happened?
Well, am I telling you what happened, or are you asking me?
You're telling me.
Well, all right. Don't act like I'm doing it.
Now, look, let's start from the beginning.
All right. George, what's the matter with your uncle?
Oh, he's fine. My uncle. It's your uncle.
Oh, yes. Well, anywho, he's in the receiving hospital, and I was rushing down Fifth Avenue to get the subway when all of a sudden...
You were rushing down Fifth Avenue?
Yes. And
subway is on 7th Avenue.
Yeah, I know, but all the nice stores are on 5th Avenue.
Oh, I see, yeah.
So I thought I could run for the subway and do my window shopping at the same time.
That's because you were worried about your uncle.
Well, certainly. And then I ran into that dress shop that's owned by those people who came over in the Mayflower.
The Pilgrims.
No, Milgrims.
Oh, Milgrims, yes.
Yes. And I bought 3 dresses and the cutest hat.
Gracie, what about your uncle?
Oh, Unky doesn't buy his clothes at Milgrims.
I guess your uncle gets his clothes in sacks.
No, just peanuts.
He gets peanuts in sacks.
Yeah, in those paper
big sacks. Yes.
I say, George, old boy, this piece of humor is so funny that every time I tell it, I burst. So I'd better unbutton my vest.
Well, all right, Ray. Get started and unbutton your vest.
I say, what kind of babies aren't born with bare feet? And you say all babies are born with bare feet, and I say, oh, no, they're not. Baby tigers aren't born with bare feet. Ray, you can button your vest.
Oh, righto. Betty McDermott hasn't called yet,
Not
George?
yet, Frank, not yet.
Well, I hope she gets here before I leave. You know, the kid's had enough tough breaks as it is.
Gracie, your uncle is in the receiving hospital, remember?
Oh, yes. So, I finally got to the hospital and my heart was pounding. So I ran... Well, just listen to it. It's still pounding. So I ran
Quiet, somebody at the door. Come in.
Good evening. I'm looking for Miss Gracie Allen.
Gracie Allen. Am I a short girl with 3
Look,
black hair and baby blue eyes?
mister, what can we do for you?
Well, I dabble in surrealism. My name is Charles Wentworth Spencer Lawrence, artist, critic, and bohemian.
Well, how do? And I'm 5-foot Fuji with a flowy floor.
How do? Miss Allen, I've been admiring your surrealistic paintings in the Julian Levy Gallery.
Well, who hasn't?
Miss Allen, would you mind telling me how you got your inspiration for that painting of yours called The Love Life of an Hors d'oeuvre?
The love life of an hors d'oeuvre?
Oh, that's the one I painted with my daddy's shaving brush.
Well, it looks it.
Oh, but I'll never be able to paint another one like that.
Why not?
Well, on account of my daddy is using an electric razor now.
Well, that's a pity.
I say, George, what do you think of this one? I say, I went to see a play last night, and then you say, on borrowed time. Then I say, no, on borrowed money.
Ray, you can button your vest again.
Rather, yes.
Miss Allen, I'm here to invite you to an exhibition next week at the Boston Art Institute. They're hanging one of my paintings.
Oh, thank you. And you must come to Alcatraz. They're hanging one of my brothers.
Goodbye. Everything happens to me.
Betty McDermott hasn't...
No, not yet, Frank, not yet.
Well, anywho, George, my uncle's left leg is where his right leg used to be. And his right leg...
Gracie, you know, you remind me of a package of Chesterfield.
You mean because I satisfy?
No, because you never dry up either.
Oh. I don't get it.
You don't. Well, get this. I don't want to hear any more about your uncle.
Oh, but I do, George. Gracie's aroused my curiosity.
Oh, Mr. Douglas, have I really?
Well, Paul, you got into this. You get out.
Well, what I meant was, how could your uncle have his right leg where his left leg used to be and his left leg where his right leg used to be?
Mr. Douglas, did you ever put your pants on backwards?
beautiful, Ray, beautiful. Your violinist has such expression.
Oh, he can't help that expression, George. He's scared to death of his wife.
I thought you'd understand. And now Gracie will sing When a Principella Meets a Cinderella. Sing it, Gracie.
Oh, wait a minute. George, do you think Mr. Douglas would be interested in a little N-E-K-K-I-N-G?
N-E-K-K-I-N-G? That's wrong.
I know, but it's lots of fun. Wait a minute. George, did I tell you how smart I am? I left my umbrella on the streetcar this morning.
And that proves you're smart.
Sure, it wasn't raining. Wait a minute. George, did you hear about Joe Gordon's twin brother winning the ball game yesterday for the Yankees?
Joe Gordon has a twin brother?
That's what it said in the paper. Gordon's double wins ball games.
Gracie, the song.
Love will always be in all its glory. Nothing can take that away. Let me cite an old familiar story and show how they do it today. When a prince of a fairy meets a Cinderella on a night as bright as this, does he slip her a slipper? No, sir, not if he can slip her a kiss. When the moonlight is yellow, does the Cinderella tell the fella to be gone? Does she leave him at midnight? No, sir, not if she can linger till dawn. Arm in arm, they dream while they're dancing to the sound of a trumpet wail. Though it's not the place for romancing, it's a modern fairy tale. When a prince of a fella meets a Cinderella and he whispers, would thou woo? Does she cuddle up closer? Yes, sir. Honey, how's about it with you? Well, good evening, Prince Charming, how do? Imagine meeting you like this. Just I'll slip me a slipper, nay, not if I can slip me a kiss. Art thou feeling romantic, just outside you frantic, or wouldst thou like a cigarette? If I don't disappear at midnight, will that get our story up there? In my arms I'll dream while we're dancing to the sound of the trumpet wail. Though it's not the place for romancing, it's a modern fairy tale. When a prince of a fella meets a Cinderella and he whispers, would thou woo? Does she cuddle up closer? Hey, nanny, honey, how's about it with you? Alack-a-day.
That was very nice. You've got a sweet little voice, and I'm sure everybody enjoyed it as much as I did.
Oh, I think so. I've even got a prettier voice than that famous opera singer, Johnny Weissmuller.
Johnny Weissmuller?
Yes.
He's an opera singer?
Well, sure. The paper says he's a great diver.
Diver. He probably goes swimming in lily ponds.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's really my own stuff.
It's as funny as laundry hanging out in the line.
Yeah, laundry hanging out in the line.
Yes, the washout.
Yeah. Well, never mind. Say, Paul.
Yes, George?
Paul, since this is our second week on the Chesterfield program, I think it would be nice if you would tell us just how Chesterfields are made.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
Mr. Douglas, did I tell you about my granddaddy?
Gracie, Paul is
Did I tell you that my granddaddy had an emergency operation?
Gracie, do you always have to do all the talking?
Well, no.
Good. Go ahead, Paul.
Well, the reason Chesterfields are so mild.
Some people like to sew.
Gracie, Paul.
Some people like to read books.
Look.
Some people like to play bridge.
But you like to talk.
How'd you know?
Paul is trying to tell me something, and you keep on talking.
What did you say, George?
I said you keep on talking.
Oh, I'll be glad to. Did you know that my granddaddy had an emergency operation?
Emergency, yes. His left leg is on his right leg. Used to be in his right leg. What are they doing? Removing his appendix?
No. They removed his whiskers from his zipper.
They removed his whiskers from his zipper?
Yes. He put on a leather jacket and couldn't get it off.
Well, the whiskers got caught in the zipper?
Yes.
That must have been a dangerous operation.
Oh, it was. They had to put the instruments down his throat and make the incision from the inside.
Well, why?
Well, if they made it from the outside, they'd ruin his leather jacket.
Well, I'm glad that's over. Paul, you were explaining about Chesterfield.
Well, the reason Chesterfield...
Betty McDermott isn't here yet.
No, Frank, she's not here yet.
Well, I'll bet some insignificant little thing must be keeping her away.
Frank, you're just self-conscious.
Paul, you were saying...
Oh, yes. The reason Chesterfields
George, here's one I just thought of.
With what?
I say, George, do you want to buy a milking stool? Then you say, why do you want to sell it? Then I say, because I can't get any milk out of it.
Quiet! Say, McDermott. Quiet! Gracie, this goes for you and everybody else on this program. For 10 minutes, Paul Douglas has been trying to tell me something, and he's going to finish it. And I don't want to hear one sound out of anybody.
Oh, you won't hear a sound out of me.
Good.
I'm all through talking.
Good. Go ahead, Paul.
As I was saying, the reason Chesterfield...
And not a sound out of anybody else.
Don't tell me.
Some people never know when they're through talking.
Go ahead, Paul.
The reason Chesterfields give smokers more pleasure...
Now, after you finish saying something,
Gracie,
it's sort of to keep
Gracie,
on speaking, because
Gracie.
all people know when you're
Look,
talking.
I'm going to give you a little hint. Shut up.
You mean be quiet, huh?
Keep your mouth closed.
Don't say a word, huh?
No.
Keep still?
Yes.
Like this?
Yeah, like that. Now, go ahead, Paul.
The reason...
For how long?
Look. Everybody in there. Oh, come in.
Where's Frank Parker? Oh, there you are, Mr. Parker. I'm Mary Kelly. Remember? You had a date with my sister last week, but she wouldn't show up, so you took me out instead.
Hello, Mary. Mary? She's big enough to be the Queen Mary.
Now, listen, George, you've got to help me out of this jam. I've got to get rid of her because Betty will be here any minute.
Well, what's Miss Kelly doing here this week?
Well, you know how it is, George. She's probably infatuated.
I'm infatuated. Oh, don't worry, Miss Kelly. You can reduce.
Frank, you got into this jam and you get out.
Well, Miss Kelly, I hate to dash your hopes this way, but I didn't ask you to come up here tonight.
No, but Betty McDermott did.
Betty McDermott?
Yes, she sent me to keep her date with you.
Well, believe me, she's got some nerve.
No, it isn't. She's paying me.
That's a nice TL for you, Frank.
Frank, if they paid you to go out with Miss Kelly, you'd be living in the fat of the land.
Gracie, listen to me. You shouldn't say that. All Miss Kelly needs is just a little exercise.
Exercise? What kind of exercise? Just push yourself away from the dining room table 3 times a day.
Look, Paul started...
Now, just a minute. I came up here to go out with Frank Parker, and I'm getting a headache. Yeah, I know, and he's pretty, too.
Frank and his silly dates.
Oh, yeah? Well, you can tip me if you want, but I bet the girls on the coast will be glad when I get back to Hollywood.
Oh, sure. So will the girls in New York.
Now, look, I've had enough of this.
I say, George, is this one any better?
I don't think so, Ray.
Well, then how about this one? I say, did you know they have a nightclub in New York for little babies? Then you say, a nightclub for little babies, and I say, yes, the Thought Club.
Ray, you better hurry or you'll miss them.
Oh, righto.
Miss Kelly, why don't you have Frank take you to the El Morocco?
I don't think we'd be able to get in there. Oh, sure you would, Miss Kelly. All you have to do is turn sideways.
Say, Paul, what were you saying about Chesterfield?
Well, on second thought, I don't want to go dancing anyway. I just came from a dinner dance, and I'm too danced out. Oh, you are not, Miss Kelly. You're just pleasingly plump.
There's an old saying, be sure you're right and then go ahead. Well, Chesterfields have the right combination for giving smokers more pleasure. A can't-be-copied blend of the world's best cigarette tobacco. So go right ahead and make Chesterfield your cigarette. That refreshing Chesterfield mildness and better taste will give you a lot more smoking pleasure. And Chesterfield time is pleasure time. Music, comedy, and sports every week on your radio. Thursdays and Saturdays, Eddie Dooley's last-minute football news. Wednesday, Paul Whiteman and his orchestra. And next Friday at the same time, over these same stations, George and Gracie will be with you again.
Well, Gracie, say goodnight to everybody.
Good night. But if I'm not too inquisitive, Mr. Douglas, are you going to drive me home?
I'm sorry, Gracie, but I haven't got a car.
Gracie, I've got a car.
Oh, that's awfully sweet of you, George. Are you sure you don't mind walking?
Good night, all.
This is Paul Douglas telling you that you'll like Chesterfields because of what they always give you. A lot more smoking pleasure. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.